o'clock so we can have the RTA meeting shortly after. So welcome again and thank you. With that, moving to item number 2, approval of the November 8th meeting. Could I have a motion, please?
Move approval.
Thank you.
Second.
Motion and second. Any questions, comments? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Against? All right, thank you all. Item 3, again, we're going to try to be brief. Hannah's going to give you an update on the long-range plan development process.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, members of the committee. My name is Hannah Oden. I'm a planning coordinator with PAG, and today I'm just going to provide a brief update on the 2055 Regional Mobility and Accessibility Plan, which is currently under development. So as a reminder, it covers regional transportation investments in our region over a 30-year period. And just as a reminder, again, the RMEP is our federally required long-range plan that is updated every 4 years, and it must satisfy the federal requirements for long-range transportation planning. Well, fiscal constraint is a key component of the long-range plan. Early projections show that the anticipated fiscal constraint for the 2055 RMAP is approximately $16.2 billion, just as a reminder. And this will be refined as needed as we move forward with the plan development process. The TPC working group, known as the 2055 RMAP working group, was formed and met at the end of November and yesterday as well. A discussion has focused on evaluating performance measures and providing guidance on the associated 2055 targets and discussing the project list. We continue to work with and receive feedback from jurisdictional members to refine the project list and also receive feedback on specific projects and PAG staff recommendations. Once the RTA Next project list is adopted by the RTA board, that information will be incorporated into the RMAP project list. The next step is to continue to align the project list with the fiscal constraint. And we do anticipate another working group meeting will be held next month. All recommendations from the working group will also be presented to TPC. All projects in the RMAP Project Explorer, where jurisdictional partners can export project lists and view details, including performance reports. That's all on the online portal. And of course, details can be updated as needed within the portal. Base year data was also presented to the working group yesterday, and this data will be part of the land use model and activity-based model. And again, there will be coordination with the RTA Next effort, particularly with the public outreach efforts will be coordinated. This concludes my update. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Hannah. Any questions? All right, seeing none. Thank you. Appreciate it. Next item is an update on the TIP development process, and Jamie will provide that update.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Appreciate the opportunity to provide an update on the TIP development process. As you can see in our packet, we also shared some available draft project lists with you. The last time we presented an update to this committee was in November, and we've also been keeping our other committees up to date, including the TIP subcommittee and the TPC. Wanted to talk through some guiding principles that we also discussed with the TPC last month. As you know, the sunset of the current RTA plan and the related planning considerations of RTA affect the development of this site. So we walked through several principles with the TPC. I'm going to walk through those with you briefly today. In terms of project cost estimates, those are intended solely for programming purposes. The cutoff date for those estimates was October 31st at the TIP subcommittee meeting, making them a static snapshot in time that cannot be continuously updated. Otherwise, we wouldn't actually have a full draft TIP in May for approval. Revenue estimates and similar to cost estimates, revenue estimates are also a one-time snapshot and must remain constant financial constraint analysis moving forward. Fiscal year 2024 will not be included in the new TIP because we're going to be covering fiscal years 25 to 29 in the new TIP. So any proposed TIP amendment for the exchange of funds must be addressed separately through the official TIP amendment process. Fiscal year 25 programming, as long as fiscal year 2025 is reasonably programmed for anticipated construction projects, the FY25 53.9 TIP by purpose. Fiscal year 25 RTA budget, the RTA budget for fiscal year 2025 ensures that projects ready for construction have supplemental funding for eligible RTA expenses. It's proof that this flexibility is retained for project delivery. IGAs and TIP amendments may be used to do adjustments after the TIP document. The priority for project starts, projects requiring initiation prior to July 1st, 2026 will be prioritized to ensure compliance with RTA regulations. These projects are shown in the RTA roadway on the worksheet at the end, with cells highlighted in green under the project name. In terms of updates for fiscal years 26 through 29, due to the expiration and or potential renewal of RTA revenues, fiscal years 26 to 29 of the TIP will be updated. Deferred scope change projects. Project with deferred scope changes rely on RT Next funding and voter approval. While Pima County's First Avenue Orange Grove Road to Pioneer Road project may use federal funds, it is still considered a scope change for a project and requires voter approval before proceeding with the change scope. Hence, the start time prior to July 1st, 2026 is not required. RTA Next contingency. If RTA Next does not pass, the RTA Board's fiscal year 26 budget will be utilized to amend it as needed. Thank you for the opportunity for me to review those guiding principles. Again, we did discuss those with the TPC last month. We also shared an anticipated schedule. I'm not going to go through all of these items in the interest of time, but we are working to compile all the separate project lists into one full draft list for the TPC next month. We'll also be bringing that to the Management Community Regional Council in March. We'll also be preparing for public open houses, which we anticipate convening in mid-March. The full draft TIP document we anticipate having ready for TPC recommendation for approval in April, followed by commencement of a 30-day public comment period. And then we'll be bringing the final draft document to the Management Community Regional Council in May. We'll also be holding a public hearing at the May Regional Council meeting and requesting approval. At the TPC meeting, we also talked a bit about the various separate project lists. You can see they take a different format depending on the use and the purpose of the project list, as you can see on the screen capture on the right. So we've got the RTA road railing projects list at the top, and we've got the ADOT projects, we've got transit projects, and others. And again, all these will be combined into a full project list. With that, Mr. Chair, I conclude my report. Happy to take questions.
All right. Thank you, Jamie. Any questions for Jamie? Seeing none, thank you. Appreciate it. All right, next item is also for information, and that's an update on our regional transportation revenues, and James is going to give you that update.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. If you look at the revenues report in your meeting packet, I'll go ahead and begin with Table 3 and Figure 1. Through October, there was 59.5 million in HERF and VLT collected across the region. Of that 59.5 million, PAG collected about 12.4 million, or about 21% of that regional funding. The remainder was distributed directly to our jurisdictional partners. Regional HERF revenues were almost 5% increase year over year. Over the 5-year average, we stand at about 9%. And in Table 4, it shows HERF 12.6 in detail. So far, we've collected just over $10 million, which is 15.3% more than implied by the ADOT official forecast, and about 9.4% stronger than last year. Table 5 shows HERF 2.6 with stronger than expected collections totaling 2.2 million year to date, which is 13% stronger than last year. And with Table 6, currently PAG has just over 79.6 million in an interest-bearing account. Most of these dollars are spoken for. In Table 7, we look at the city and town HERF distributions year to date. Table 8 shows the HERF 12.6 and 2.6 we've already seen. Additionally, we have Pima County HERF and Pima County vehicle license tax, the portion set aside for transportation use only. And Table 9 has the previous 5 years and lets you see how much HERF your city or town received. Table 10 shows us gallons of gas sold in Pima County through various fiscal years. We normally like to see about 13%, and we are currently just under 13% for the current fiscal year. And in Table 11, we see about $50.6 million collected in TPT this year, trending for more than 5% gain over the adopted budget. That also mimics the percent rise over last year's actuals, also over 5%. Mr. Chair, that concludes my update. Thank you.
Thank you, James. Any questions for James? All righty. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. All right. Next item is an action item. As you recall, this is our annual safety performance projections developed by ADOT and requires PAG's review and adoption. David Mitchell is remote, and he's going to give you a quick update on that.
Yes, good morning. Thank you, Farhad. Members of the committee, good morning. I'm here today, David Mitchell, Senior Transportation Planner with the ADOT 2024 safety projections. As a reminder, this is a FAST Act program. We participate at the MPO level. The state ADOT does the projection setting, and we've been doing this since 2018. And we basically PAG supports ADOT's program by adopting their target or their projections and working with them to provide and track the measures for our region. The projections were established last fall. There are the measures in the right-hand column. It's based on a 5-year average. ADOT uses a conservative methodology to project out using historical data. These figures were based on crashes through 2022, and you can see there the fatalities and mortality rates are continuing to increase for all users of the roadway, but also for specifically pedestrians and cyclists. These are the performance measures that have projections, and the column in the right hand are the official projections that ADOT has adopted. We can quickly run through the graphs. The bars in red are the data points that we have data for, and the yellow ones are projections. So they're forecasting out to get the expected value, and you can see that the trend line in green is going up. That's the 5-year average, the green line. This is number of fatalities statewide. You can see there's been a sharp increase over the last decade, and that is a troubling situation that we are seeing. Additionally, we are seeing the same trend in fatality rates. This one's based on VMT, 100 million miles traveled. We are driving more, and we're seeing more fatalities on the roadway, so we will continue to see the same growth that we are seeing with those trends. That's the second measure. The third one is the number of serious injuries. These are crashes that put people in the hospital for incapacitating or very serious injuries, life-changing events. It's been a downward trend. Cars are becoming safer. A lot of factors are playing into it, but we are not seeing the same type of trend we had been seeing over the last decade. You can see ADOT is projecting that to kind of level out a little bit. And the serious injury rate, similarly to the fatality rate, this is also based on 100 million miles, vehicle miles traveled, and seeing a similar trend. And the final measure is for the non-motorized fatalities and serious injuries. The non-motorized indicates it's for pedestrians, bicyclists, and emergency responders and construction workers on the roadways. And this measure is also on the rise, and the ADOT is projecting this one to be a little sharper increase than we have been experiencing in the last 4 or 5 years. So these are the projections for this calendar year. This is a FAST Act requirement, so it's a federal program. We as an MPO, we fulfill the FAST Act requirements by adopting ADOT's projections. And it's important to note that their projections, they're forecast measures. They're not ways that we gauge and measure up to how we're accomplishing our long-range goals identified in the RMAP. We have a whole separate setting of performance measures for that, for tracking those performance measures. This topic has been through the committees. We went through Transportation Systems and Safety, and then also the Transportation Planning Committee. There's been good discussion on safety. It's definitely a priority and a concern for our region. PAG is willing to support our members and their needs. And so we encourage you to continue to reach out. But for this program, we are looking to adopt ADOT's projections for 2024. And Mr. Chair, I'll turn it back over to you, and I'll stay on for discussion and questions. Thank you.
Much. Any questions? If not, again, looking for a motion to recommend adoption of the safety performance projections. Thank you, Terry. Second. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. Thank you so much. Thank you, David. Last item, is a tip amendment request, and Jamie will give you a quick update on that. Again, this is an action item as well.
Good morning again. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate the opportunity to introduce this action item, which is an amendment to the PAG FY 22 through 26 tip. As reflected in the meeting materials packet, ADOT has requested a formal tip amendment to make funding adjustments to two major projects. The funds proposed for adjustments are ADOT funds, known as ASTBG or ASTP in the tip, that are programmed on ADOT projects in the PAG planning area. The proposed tip amendment reprograms $3,335,000 fiscal year 2024 ASTP funding from the I-19 Irvington Road Traffic Interchange project to the I-10 Country Club Road and Keno Interchanges project. As indicated in ADOT's request letter, the programming change ensures that the full FY 24 PAG region ASTP allocation obligates in the year of apportionment. It also maintains the total amount programmed on the Country Club and Keno Interchanges projects. Given that this tip amendment affects funding in the current fiscal year, ADOT has requested that it be considered by the Regional Council at the earliest possible opportunity. The tip policies and procedures allow for expediting tip amendments as referenced in Appendix 3 of the adopted tip. Expedited approval involves scheduling the item at either the TPC or Management Committee and placing the item on the agenda for Regional Council. Since the tip amendment request was submitted after the December TPC meeting, the next committee meeting prior to Regional Council is this meeting here. As mentioned previously, these are ADOT funds for programming on ADOT projects. That concludes my introduction. Mr. May is here also to help address any questions.
Thank you, Jamie. Again, as Jamie mentioned, this is a significant size project for our region, and we're going to be hopefully flexible to assist ADOT to make sure they can go through all the steps to demonstrate that the region has the financial capability to deliver the project. So I'm sure we're going to see more amendments in the future, but do you want to add anything else?
No, this is a very large project. This is the largest project that we've done in Tucson. So it's a $500 million project combined from the I-10 SR210 design concept report, where we're updating both the Keno Country Club or Keno traffic interchange and the Country Club traffic interchange, and also widening I-10 in that area. So it's really quite a leap to get both of these projects kicked off. The challenge that we're having is that it's going to be a design build project. We're going through that process of delivery for it. So the funding has to be available. Full funding has to be available in fiscal year 24 in order to move the project into the design construction phase, which is a combined phase. Typically they're split, but because it's a design build, you kind of combine those two processes together. So we've got that, and then the fact that there's 3 years remaining in the existing tip, we had to kind of move the funding available because it all has to be shown in one tip. So this gets us to that point, and we're very excited to be able to deliver this project starting next year. So happy to answer any questions if anybody has it.
Thank you so much, Terry.
Motion to approve amendment 2022.090 as recommended by ADOT.
Thank you, sir. All right, thank you so much. Any other discussion? If not, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, thank you so much. Thank you, Jamie. And we come to the end of the agenda. We got a few minutes if you all want to take a short break, and we'll start right at 9 o'clock for the RTA meeting. So management committee meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
I'm quite confident. Quite confident that this muffin isn't any more healthy than his Bavarian cream donut. But it just makes me feel better. It's wrapped in a nice little thing. It has blueberries or something in it. And it doesn't have a hole in the middle. It's frosting on it, so.
Oh, that's funny.
Yes, we do.
All right, we're gonna go ahead and call this meeting to order.
Want a hard copy?
So, we can call the meeting to order of the Tech Management Committee, and we'll in here. We want to take the privilege of the microphone. Welcome, Morales, also. Tucson. Second on the agenda is the RTA next plan development. So we left last time where there was back to think about what section look like. Is there any presentation like that? I know there's some discussion about that, so.
Yeah.
Make presentation,
Of course. Yeah, of course, Mr. Chair, members of the board, members of the committee, thank you. Just a brief update, again, for our new additions or anybody else in the public that's listening, it'd be helpful to give the overview and then dive back into the conversation. So we'll go through the slides, really briefly, the PowerPoint slides that we have. As you recall, again, as a reminder, the CAC provided two separate recommendations. Those recommendations have been forwarded to the board as well as the TMC. At the last board meeting, RTA board wanted to have the TMC to review those proposals and come back with any refinements and a final recommendation from this body. You have both proposals in your packet. Each proposal has a list of projects, as well as a breakdown on the sub-elements. And you have that information in your packet, and we'll put those up and talk through those again, just as a reminder. Major differences on the two proposals. Again, if you recall, there was some discussion on contingency differences. So please just go to the side by side at the end with the two proposals. Okay, no worries. No worries. We have it in your packet, so we'll talk through it in your packet. So the major differences were obviously the list of projects were a bit different. And also, you had the contingencies. One of them only has $40 million of contingency. The other one has 0. And there were some differences in the allocations to each sub-element. So all that information was discussed at the last meeting. And we're back here again, hopefully for any further discussion, refinements, questions. We send out a lot of links to different documents and studies. All that information is for your benefit. And if you have any questions about those, we'd be happy to discuss those as well. So with that, Mr. Chair, I'll give it back to you.
All right. So you all have homework assignment for that?
No, go ahead.
No, I just got homework to go back and think about what we could go back and issue. You have, at least we had, I'll just say, loose commitment last week. We try to get something finished today, not just today, but we can do that. I think that is out of the conference by 4 o'clock this afternoon.
No promises.
Instead of 12 games to leave. Suggested that it's be likely will become but you try to have thoughts and times.
Mr. Chairman, we took the assignment to heart, I think, and tried to look at what we might be able to do to put something on the table, what we've got, and with the indulgence of the group, I know that apologies for yet another document and another plan at the 11th hour. But what we've got, and maybe it will be helpful too, the chart that we've developed and passed out, and I think there's an electronic copy. It has 4 columns. There's 4.2, 5.1. Tried to put in there as well the proposal that the city brought to the meeting on the 4th. And then some recommendations from the county of what we're looking at. I think that while we've tried to look at the different projects, I will highlight, and then I'm going to, staff to answer any specifics about projects. There are 3 really funding mechanism differences that I do want to highlight. That's, in this proposal. One, we have decreased the amount proposed to be spent on debt service. Part of that is looking at, in some discussions, people have been chatting about other opportunities for more pay-as-you-go. Can we, do we build these as there's dollars available rather than bonding? So we did look at a decrease potentially of the cost of debt service. We are looking at, as we've discussed many, many times, the change in contingency, believing that could that be accommodated in the contingency that's in each project, in addition to some potential, there is a, as we all know, rather pessimistic forecast. And then the final element of the funding that we want to call your attention to is we did look at the availability of the 12.5% money, and that looking at, there's Dan's version of this, you guys know it, I do not. 2 buckets of proof money, leave the big one intact, look at the 12.5%, and starting in year 6, look at $5 million a year from those funds, from the HERF regional dollars, to also come into the bucket. So while we hope that we've captured many of the same projects and that everyone is unhurt, if you will, in terms of the projects that are being brought forward. Looking at the 4.2, 5.1, those are the 3 I want to highlight in terms of different funding sources. But I think even as we discuss this, that would be, and we're asked to go back and look at things. There's a county opportunity. But I think at least this document may be helpful in that it does provide everybody enough an ability to look at 4.2 and 5.1 and everything involved side by side. I mind Catherine, this is, as you all know, when I start phoning a friend on the specifics of some of the road projects. What have I not highlighted, Carmine, please?
Good morning, committee. Mr. Chair, if I may, it might just help to walk through what the county has handed out to you all today. And so when you look at the columns as Jan described, you've got 4.2 and 5.1. So those dollar amounts in those columns are reflective of what's in the meeting packet today, the TMC meeting packet. So you'll see those. The City of Tucson staff proposal is the proposal last submitted by the City of Tucson. And so those amounts are reflective of what was shared with us at the last TNC meeting. And then there's a column that's the Pima County staff proposal. And so the rows that you see that are highlighted in yellow are ones that have some variation or at least have an element in there that's worth noting or talking about. And so I'm going to just walk through those rows briefly and then talk a little bit at a high level and then be available to answer any questions on what our thinking was or what the approach was. And so I'm going to go down to row 6, Sonoran Corridor. There were a couple of different dollar amounts offered. The county went with the $5 million amount. Shannon Road going down to row 10. That one selects the reduced scope that eliminates the county portion of that project and goes with the $23.4 million. Coming down to row 16, Valencia Road, that takes the $45 million amount that was included in 4.2 and 5.1. That's reflective of the county raise grant, and there, likely is some verification of that final amount. But if anything, we believe that potentially goes down. Road number 20, that's a discussion we had previously about converting the 36 project for South Tucson into a $35 million amount, and that's reflected under the active transportation and safety project. So it's shown as 0 there. The county's proposal adds back in the $44.9 million for the Ina Road project. And then what the county project or proposal did was it took the City of Tucson dollar amounts for, a number of projects that, they had identified. So of note, though, when we go down to row 28, the county did not include funding of Prince Road. So that is unfunded, whereas in the city proposal, it was proposed at 70 million. If you go down onto page 2, row 34, Harrison Road, that's also a City of Tucson proposed project. It was 39 million as proposed last by the city, and that was unfunded in this proposal. So if you look at the subtotals, and that's row number 38 for new roadway projects, and just read that across, you can see where the county's amount or proposal lands relative to 4.2, 5.1, and the City of Tucson's amount. So the county is proposing 985 million, and then 985.6 million. 239 million is shown as the deferred project amount. That's pulling the most recent numbers from HDR and from the RTA staff. Under the safety element and the active transportation element, included in the county's proposal are all of the city active transportation and safety element projects that were submitted last time. Those are on page 2. And then there's one at the top of page 3. Then what we did was we included all of the other projects from the jurisdictions who responded to the last call for identification of those named safety and active transportation projects. So Sahuarita, Oro Valley, Pima County. This was the information that was summarized by RTA staff as submitted by the jurisdictions.
Row 102 is important to call note to. It's a key element of how the county is proposing to balance out the funding, and that is to bring into this program 75 million of non-RTA funding. And that would be from dedicated regional funds, either HERF or STP. And that would be for the last 15 years of the RTA Next plan. So understanding that we have committed regional funds to the delivery of RTA, that would continue and that this would kick in at an average amount of $5 million a year over the last 15 years of RTA, bringing 75 million of non-RTA regional funds into delivering the plan. So you see the sub-element total for safety and active transportation after including that $75 million, that's at 299 million. The environmental element remained or is proposed at 50 million. So you can see the variation of the different proposals along the way, but the county is proposing 50 million. The transit element, the county is proposing 610 million. And it's important to note that the county did not go through and identify sub-element allocations under transit, but there were some assumptions that we made in terms of how these dollars would be applied. And I think of importance, and as discussed in great detail at our last meeting, one objective is ensuring that the existing service levels are maintained, so that funding be dedicated to maintain existing service levels, that the high capacity transit project proposal be funded at 70 million. And then the balance, whatever is remaining after maintaining existing service levels, funding high capacity transit, then would be invested in new service expansion. But again, we did not go through. I think that today that's likely a discussion topic for this group on how to approach that. The debt service, administrative costs, small business program, those are maintained at 110 million. So we did reinstate entirely, just to clarify what the county administrator had commented. We reinstated entirely the proposed $77 million debt service amount. So that's not been reduced.
That's code for I made a mistake and he just corrected it. Thank you.
And then under contingency, proposed is $40 million in overlap funding to cover that period of overlap between RTA and RTA Next. There is not a separate contingency item, and the thinking there is that each of the projects has built into it a healthy contingency, and that would be what is relied upon in addition to the use of the pessimistic revenue estimate overall. So with that, the grand total, when you bring up the sub-element amounts, is at $2.334 billion. And there's a slight amount, 5.9 million of unallocated funding under this proposal. So I'll stop there and open it up for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the group for allowing us a little flexibility in another proposal out.
Thank you, Jan and Carmine, for the explanation. I will try to move up to the post. Didn't hear me very well. So questions on the county's proposal, thoughts, comments at this point?
I just have one quick one. I appreciate getting an electronic copy of this for review, but the electronic copy has an over-under number that is different than this number that's in print. So I assume that this is, because I haven't had time to go through and check where the discrepancy might be.
Yeah, and so Shane, thank you for pointing that out. So what he's referring to is that we've shared a prior version of this document. And so the difference primarily is that in the county's proposed column now, we selected the city identified dollar amounts for certain projects, and that constitutes the difference. So I can give you an example. If you go to row 22 on page 1, Drexel modernization, Midvale Park to Calle Santa Cruz. A prior version that you saw, Shane, utilized the $20.8 million in either 4.2 or 5.1, whereas the city was requesting $18.8 million. So where those projects of the cities showed a different requested amount by the city, this particular version uses that amount.
Mike, can I ask a question? Along those lines, whether it's you or Sam, that revised number was provided by a DTM staff, correct? From that, Sam?
Yeah, the 18 million, that's correct.
And was that just a simple adjustment, or if I remember right from your description before, there was a reduction in contingency within the project, correct?
You know, just so that we can hear, why don't you, Patrick, you're going to respond. Why don't you jump up to the microphone up on the podium there? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Members of the committee, we received updated cost estimates from the consultant as this project advances, so we were able to make those adjustments.
Perfect, thank you.
We're basically comfortable with the $2 million reduction there. Is that correct? Thank you.
Good, thanks, man.
Other questions or comments on the county's proposal or?
Thank you, and thank you, Carmine, for taking time, county staff for taking the time to put this together. I really think this is a nice step forward. I do have a question regarding line 102 and the 75 million for dedicated.
What line item? What line item?
Line item 102.
Oh, the regional fund.
The $75 million regional fund. Will that have to be assigned to specific projects, or will that be, how will that be assigned? And I'm looking at it in terms of how the ASTP works, because that's what I work with all the time, and and then current boards and future boards, all of that. So would that be assigned to specific projects in your thoughts?
Rod, good question, and that easily could be done in the time that we had available to go through preparing this. We did not do that. I think that those dollars, non-regional dollars, if this approach is acceptable, could be then applied to individual projects at some relative proportion. We'd look to, RTA staff and also HDR to potentially help us with that.
Thank you.
Other questions? Comments?
At least not right now.
When?
As I formulate, I got something going, but hold on.
I'll take a break.
Hold on.
So,
Well,
go ahead.
I guess I do. So in both the city's proposal and the one the county brought forward, 100% of the safety element category of is committed for the next 20 years without any flexibility built in for future elected officials, future town managers, city managers, for future us. There's no flexibility at all in that. And I struggle with that. One of the questions, without even seeing the county's proposal, one of the questions that I did have is, if we're truly buying into the regional approach on this, how can we try to do as much as we can in the spirit of what was presented by either the city of Tucson or Pima County, and still leave some flexibility for the future us to meet the needs of the region, in year 10, in year 15, in year 20, and not be committed like that. I'm really curious to have a response, because I think that it doesn't represent regionalism in its truest sense to just have all that money committed right here and now on named projects. We don't have a crystal ball. As good as our best planning efforts are, we all know how things play out. We all get the curveballs, the dynamics of our communities change. We, being responsible today,
I believe, need to have built-in flexibility in these plans. And so I just put that question on the table. Thanks.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
No.
Well, I think, and if I may, Shannon, I think part of it is what we've been looking at is how do we fund the various projects that are in front of us now? And how do we look at some of the regional dollars for flexibility? How do we use jurisdiction monies for flexibility? But mainly just trying to get across the finish line with getting the current desires done. If there's a indication or direction by this board or the RTA board to shift and to provide additional dollars into a bucket, if you will, of just future projects. I'll tell you that this was not, what we were looking at is just funding current projects. Carmen.
Yeah, and Shane, that's a great question. And, you know, the county wrestled with that and, you know, we're living with the current situation that we all find ourselves in and trying to deliver RTA and needing to rely on regional funds to do that. And so what we sought to do was just identify a nominal amount of funding from that regional bucket. And if you look at HERF 12.6, and we saw it today earlier at the PAG Management Committee, the estimates of funding for 12.6 being around $28 million annually. So this particular approach would use, starting in the last 15 years of RTA Next, $5 million a year on average, leaving a sizable amount of those regional HERF 12.6 funds to go ahead and fund the unexpected or the as yet to be identified needs across the region. So we're mindful of that and tried to be modest in the approach. So that's the response that I would offer back, is that there is still a pool of funding that's available to help meet those needs that will undoubtedly arise and have to be dealt with over the life of RTA Next.
I would add to that, I think it's our proposal as a city of Tucson included approach, right? And I think from my perspective, additional comment because of the lack of projects for the city for the element, I need to be able to show geographically that investment. They do that through categorical. So when I look at that, just a holistic approach, I'm not disagreeing at all with you. But what that tells me is there's too many projects on the table. Not too many city projects, just too many projects as a whole. And so if we reduce the total number of projects on that investment, then that gives us opportunity to have more flexibility. We're going to put everything in today, and we're going to try to balance that. So that's how I see it, kind of simplistically. So I don't disagree with you. And I think that it is hard. And we're talking about 20 years from now or 15 years from now and not having flexibility for the future folks who are sitting on this table. I don't disagree, but we've made a conscious decision to, I'll use the term, front load projects and that investment. Well, by doing that, you give up flexibility. We scale that back, all of us scale that back, and there's a conversation we had about building flexibility in the future. And I'll just reiterate what Carmine outlined. And if you remember, I'd suggested many years ago that we have a conversation about regional dollars. And again, I'm not suggesting that the regional dollars should all be identified as solving this shortfall. But that ought to be a conversation we should go on the table. Our map process goes through that exercise to some level, but I think putting it in the context of what I'll call a shortfall on the look at all of the resources and a constraint, I'll say, of maintaining flexibility. So I'm not in disagreement, but I think that's, you asked for how we got here, and that's exactly how I see it. Mike, you have a question? Sorry, Curtis online. Curtis. By the way, I apologize. I can't see your hands or something.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. I had a couple of comments related to the use of regional funds. First of all, I think if we're going to identify them as a part of the RTA plan, we'll at least have to put an asterisk next to that to say that it requires approval by the PAG Regional Council, because the RTA has no control over those regional funds. So we need to be very careful that the RTA is not making a decision which is actually the responsibility of the regional council. And I think Jan was alluding to that earlier. Also related to that, Mayor Honey has made a comment on a couple of occasions about being very careful about the use of regional funds and shifting them into the RTA because it tends to limit the flexibility of those funds for other needed projects throughout the region. And the other thing is related to flexibility. As I recall, the CAC in its draft policies, or whatever they're called now, at one point had I think it was a 5-year or 10-year review period of the entire plan itself to make sure that it still met the needs of the community. So if a policy like that went forward, it would be consistent with statutes, and I think would help mitigate the concerns of Shane and a few others. So anyhow, those are my 2 comments, Mike. Thank you very much.
Jane had to step out for a minute because she can see the.
We vote real quick.
Sorry.
Can we vote real quick?
So Carmine, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry. Carmine, you said there's 28 million roughly that come in via HERF monies, regional monies.
It's 12.6.
About 6 million.
Not.
Right, so in the packet today, so table 4 that we had presented is the HERF 12.6, and I was only using that as an example. And so the projected fiscal year 24 revenues on that table are 27.4 million, showing then actuals for fiscal year 23 at 28.9 million. So this particular line item of 75 million wasn't necessarily restricted to HERF 12.6, but that just gives us a ballpark. And I think that there's another $15 million in STP funding that is coming into the region. So that would be.
So what's the percentage of breakdown that goes to each respective jurisdiction?
So I'm sorry. Can you
Land in the proposal.
No.
Sorry,
No, in 12.6 monies.
The 12.6 is coming into the region. You're asking what the breakdown is by jurisdiction?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know how that has been allocated out.
Yeah, I'll be happy to answer that, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, and I think several folks touched on it. Regional funds are allocated on 5-year programming basis through the TIP process. So there's no given allocation. It's prioritized that program and the TIP as needed.
We had a roll while you were gone.
I figured you'd take care of business while I was
I bought them off, Jane. I bought them off.
So I'm gonna try and make an analogy for how the ADOT projects, which also uses ASTP, which may be kind of applied to this situation, and I'm just gonna put it out on the table, see what the thoughts are. The projects that we have in here are not 100% funded with RTA funds. They're only partially funded with RTA funds. So that means that the rest of the funding has to be coming through regional HERF funds is what's happening. So I anticipate that may be the same model that might be available for this. I'm not sure. I'd have to get kind of a legal opinion and stuff from PAG. But if the federal funding could be kind of partially allocated to specific projects, then it'll be up to the region to then finalize the funding using STP as an option, or 12.6 or whatever, but it would lock the projects in place because of the RTA potential percentage of RTA funding available. That might be an option. It just kind of came to my head, and I'll ask Farhad if he thinks that would be a reasonable scenario.
Sure. Again, looking at the current 2006 plan, almost the last 5 years, every single project is using regional funds to supplement those projects. So I think that's what you're referring to. But those decisions are made through the TIP process as we develop the TIP.
Does that answer your question?
It does kind of, because if a project comes through, I'll pick a project, one of the Drexel Road projects. Suppose we only put 50% RTA funding on that project. If that were to behave like an ADOT project, then the remainder then the project is now voted and approved, assuming that RTA next passes. That project is now voted and approved to move forward with 50% funding of RTA next funding. How would we come up with the next 50% funding?
Yeah, good question. So again, our role from at least from the perspective of putting a proposal in front of the public, it's to make sure that the scope and the budget are consistent. So yes, you can adjust the scope, but make sure the budget is consistent with the scope.
So maybe it's a good point. It's important. So as we went through the discussion, right, about the ADOT projects, we reduced, if you remember, from the original conversations, we reduced what I'll call the local method with the RTA piece, with the expectation that other funds would come into this project, which is the process that you just outlined.
Mm-hmm.
We understood that very clearly when we were going through that exercise. So those dollars have to come from the spot. In virtually all the other projects, my understanding is these are 100% cost. So we're not looking for external dollars to fund these. Yeah. Am I correct in that? Is that
Again, you have a mix of projects that are funded 100% by RTA dollars, and you have projects that are funded by RTA dollars as well as non-RTA dollars. So even the ADOT projects, the SR 210 projects, they are showing non-RTA dollars, which goes back to what Rod was saying. You have to have the scope and the budget and then demonstrate where those non-RTA dollars are coming from.
understood? I just want to I want to clarify that, at least in my head. So yes, but when you say non-RTA, when we're talking about ADOT particularly, we're talking about non-RTA regional funds or other state funds in this conversation, as opposed to impact fees or other agency non-RTA funding that could come to the program because of the magnitude of the dollars. And I think it's important that we're looking at 210 or some of the others that the amount of RTA, we call it the local match, is smaller, which means there's going to have to be a bigger lift of external funding.
Well, I think that's more of a point. ADOT has available to it the ASTP, which is funding specifically be used in ADOT right of way. So that's where the vast majority of the offset funding for the ADOT project is going to come from, because it has to be spent in the PAG region and it's allocated, and it gives us the opportunity to spread out that ASTP further along other projects. I mean, you're correct in your analogy that that same funding without the A, so STP, A plus 12.6 and whatever other funding would be available for those projects that had partial RTA funding if it were assigned that way, at least in my mind. It's just, how does that, what does that mean in terms of potential issues towards the end of the RTA process? Suppose there's one of these projects is out towards the end and there's a shortfall or something for some reason. Where's that funding going to come from? It's a little more sticky than it is with ADOT.
So if I may, again, it might help to put it in perspective of the RMAP, which is a fiscally constrained document, but there's no assignment of those dollars to any projects. So TIP is the document that assigns dollars, and from a procedural perspective, that becomes the budget. So RTA is more like a subset of the RMAP, and we don't have to assign dollars per se as much. So if there are adjustments to be made in the future, and we did that in the previous RTA plan, adjustments can be made through the TIP process.
Question, Mr. Chair, I guess this is maybe for the county or Carmine, on the transit portion. I know it was brought up last meeting about the neighborhood circulators, those were being cut. I was trying to get a clarification on that. And that whether the basically the dial a ride, the ADA types of routes that we provide were being cut. So the numbers all look the same. I think there was a perception that we're increasing transit. We are, but it sounded as if we were cutting transit in certain areas. So this is just numbers, it's not narrative. So was this still holding harmless the ADA routes and neighborhood circulators and such, or does it actually cut that?
So Jeff, we didn't go through the sub-element allocation, and our intent though was that we would hold to some principles, that the existing service levels would be maintained, starting there, right? So whatever that dollar amount is, that would be allocated to maintain existing service levels across the range of different transit services provided in the region. That added to that would be the $70 million allocation for a high capacity transit corridor within the city of Tucson. And that anything then remaining up to that 610 million then could be applied towards service expansion. And we don't have a proposal on how to apply, right? How to allocate the cross service expansion. I think that's a conversation that needs to happen. But those principles were maintain existing service levels across the region. 1, add in the city high capacity transit. 2, and then whatever amount remains up to the 610 million gets applied to service expansion.
I mean, I see that you asterisked, new transit service. Maybe that was a footnote that didn't make the bottom of your.
So Shane, and that asterisk, right, pertained to the city's proposal last time. So that wasn't
just a copy over.
That was just copied over.
Well, it'd be good to footnote that in your plan so that's clear to anybody else reading it.
Appreciate that.
Let's spend a little time talking about that. I think it's important. And maybe city grant as well as Carolyn, you and Tom on the CAC side. I know you spent some time on that conversation. Question. Oh, excuse me. Okay.
That's right. Oh, you went on the next
discussion. But I think that Jeff's question is a good one in terms of an understanding of the current service level and what does that mean? So that way everybody understands, even though we've got numbers there, what is the spirit and intent there? I think is important as we go through that. Before I call on you, although John's been patient, John, Bernal, you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me all right?
Great, thank you.
Okay, thanks. I'm thinking out loud about the $75 million quote unquote commitment that we be making in the RTA plan. It just concerns me that, in RTA 1, we resorted to the regional funds out of necessity. We thought we had a plan that was going to take care of us. Here, we're basically doing it up front. I guess my thought is we still have that option going forward. And quite honestly, if we have a longer list of corridor projects, that just means, more promises to the voters that may go unfulfilled. Now, who cares about, I suppose, RTA 3 right now, but I'm just thinking out loud, we may be giving ourselves a bigger challenge by adding a bigger list of projects. It's my only thought, Mr. Chair.
John, most of us just fell out of our chairs when you said RTA 3. That reminder would be long term. That's a great point. I think we should come back to that. But for now, let's have the comment. Did you have a question? Sorry.
I'm sorry. No.
So let's stay on the transit. I think there was a question asked. I think it'd be good to get clarity on this service. Go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, I just wanted to set the stage a little bit. The the proposals from the CAC followed in general terms of what Carmine just laid out, starting with maintaining existing enhancements, the existing level of RTA one, adding a $70 million allocation directly to the city, presumably for high capacity transit, but that had not been verified at the time. And the remainder then, whether it was 667 million of 5.1 or 610 from 4.2 would be for further enhancements in all different areas. The 667, which Carolyn can provide a lot more detail about, got into more detail about where those would be and how modifications might occur. But for the most part, perhaps only with the exception occasionally conversations about those circulators that Jeff was asking about. Our approaches for both those proposals were essentially, as I just mentioned, there's some comment laid it out.
So if it helps, I might answer Jeff's question. We can go back to those current levels again.
I appreciate that. Let's keep hearing from these folks and we'll come back to what the numbers are there. But I want to understand, at least from my perspective, because it's not clear, what's the spirit and intent of the proposals that were made?
Yes, just quickly. I think all of the different elements now with the different proposals with the city, the county, and both of the CAC proposals, the overall intent was to keep transit whole from RTA 1 and to have expansion in certain areas. And what I had suggested last time and you had agreed to is to have Suntran come and confirm those numbers, because we met with Suntran before the last meeting and without really the luxury of time to understand a lot of those numbers, you know, I would say we were maybe confused. And so Suntran had taken homework to really look at those numbers and come back to the TMC and confirm that this is the amount that we would need to maintain current service in all of those areas, all the different transit sub-elements. And then you know, whatever is the surplus, I guess, as Carmine would say, plug that in as well. So that would be the 610 or the 657 minus the 70 million for the city's high capacity transit. So that's what you had agreed to. I think there'd be a more comfort level in answering Jeff's, Carmine's, all of our questions. Are these, or any of these numbers, the numbers that would keep our transit whole? So, and I know somebody's here.
Yeah, no, we've got some folks here. So again, spirit and intent here, right, is important, I think. So what I just understood is that the spirit and intent was to keep the service levels the same in terms of investment. Okay.
Correct.
Plus the HTC or HCP, and whatever's left would be for expansion of service. Am I understanding that correct? Yeah, I think it's important that we talk through that, because that's
from the county proposal.
That's the question that Jeff's asking is the existing service level investment, current level maintained, plus the 70 million, and then whatever's left, whatever that delta is, would be for expansion.
That's what was the intent. You say the spirit and intent of what we put forward. That's correct.
And I understood that's CAP. Is that your understanding or intent?
Well, please allow me to clarify
I will.
the CAC's proposal. So go ahead.
Chairs here.
Go ahead.
Chairs here, so,
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Go ahead.
Okay, well, thank you. CAC's proposal, again, at the very last meeting was what you see on the diagram. But instead of the 510, one recommendation was to increase by 100 million. The second recommendation was to increase by 157 without any further discussion. So that was left to obviously you all to decide how to divvy up the additional transit fund. That was the action, that was the motion. Again, recognizing that there's going to be further discussion on how to divvy up that additional dollars.
Okay, so that just clarifies, there's a conversation we had about how the expansion dollars are allocated. Go ahead. I want to make sure we're clear on this. before we move
Yeah,
on.
from our perspective, again, after the CAC meeting, last CAC meeting, which was prior to the last TMC meeting, having a meeting with Suntrans staff gave us a discomfort level that 610 was going to do all those things, keep transit, the RTA transit service, the transit service full, and have anything left for expansion. And if that isn't the case, then the 610, keeping everything whole, plus the HCT and a few pennies left over for some increased service. And then again, we're watching the COA discussion with Suntran, and they are still looking at cutting some from the current service. So that's why I can't give any detailed answers except to try to trust whatever numbers that they've worked up. And we haven't heard those yet.
Okay, so with that, someone here that Sam, can you do that? Yeah. You understand the question in terms of existing service level or investment?
Clear.
T plus expansion on top.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. And we do have Davida Mueller here to help me if I get any of this wrong or we need additional clarification. We've done some exhaustive research on the cost to operate the transit service that's included in the current RTA plan that the city of Tucson operates. That's primarily projects 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, and 49. That service, just taking a look at our current IGAs for that service and then multiplying them out 20 years to get a baseline cost is about $250 million. Which is a bit less than I think what some of the other totals that we've seen. What we would need some clarification on is the costs that the RTA bears to operate Sun Shuttle and Sun Shuttle Dial-A-Ride. By our estimates, that's roughly $182 million. So our number's right around 490 to keep the existing service in today's dollars.
Can you repeat that again?
About 490 million to keep existing service in today's dollars. And if you add on the BRT project at 70 million, that brings us right around 560, 570, leaving not much left over for expansion.
Sam, rather than speculate on the Sun Shuttle component of that, let's just stay focused on what you know with some certainty, which is City of Tucson. Maybe give us the other number for existing service. That would be helpful, I think. So we'll do that.
Of course, yeah. You ready for that? Okay. Yep. Yeah, so again, I think the intent is the same. Trying to identify in today's dollars how much has been spent on transit enhancements. And this information was provided to the CAC. What you see on the right-hand column is essentially a combination of actual dollars plus forecasting of 3 remaining fiscal years in the current RTA. So, and I want to describe it for everyone because I think not all the folks have that information. So weekday services for extending hours later into the evening, that is purely funded by the RTA and provided to Suntran for all Suntrans services that may or may not all be within the city limits. So there might be services that are outside of the city limits that benefit from that as well. Weeknights, I'm sorry, weekends, same thing. Mostly within the city limits. Those routes are all Suntran routes, and those funds are roughly about $24 million for the current plan. Bus frequency, same thing. All of that mostly goes to Suntran for services within the city limits. The service expansion part, again, goes to Suntran for service extension, and some of those may or may not be outside of the city limit. So the top 4 items are all part of the city services, and I would assume it's in that $250 million estimate that Sam just mentioned. Special needs, that breaks up to services that supports Sunban within the city limits, as well as all other special need paratransit services region-wide. So that number, the 120, is a total combined and supports Sunban as well. Neighborhood circulators are only services that are outside of the city limits. Those are the ones in Green Valley, supports Oro Valley, supports other neighborhood circulators that we hadn't intended to expand, but as you can see, we're at $46 million on those services. Express services, same thing. Those are connecting residential areas mostly to employment centers. Those are also operated by Suntran on behalf of the RTA, but those benefit people both within the city and outside of the city. So there's really not a clear breakdown on a couple of these line items because Suntran provides those services for the rest of the region on behalf of the RTA. But having said all that, we're looking at roughly $370 million to finish the current plan. And then if you want to look at expansion, that's where the 510 came from. The column in the middle was based on the percentages that the CAC subcommittee discussed. And the breakdown shows that every single item is held harmless with exception of express service. Every single one of them see some additional enhancements, even based on the 510 proposal. Obviously, as you go to 610, those numbers can be brought up even further. The only one that did not get any support from the CAC subcommittee was really the express services. They all felt that the express services are probably not performing at the level as they should, and there may be even some justifications for some adjustments, and that's why they landed at 25.5 million to make some adjustments, but don't increase express service routes. So that's where the 510 came from. And then again, there is room for adjusting those up to 610 or 657. I hope that answers everybody's question. I know Jeff, you had that question. So Oro Valley services come out of neighborhood circulator bus service. That's part of the $46 million to hold it harmless.
Sam, you have a comment?
Yeah, it would be helpful, Farhad, to know what it costs to operate Sun Shuttle in $23.
Yep.
Because that's what we did with Suntran, is we took all the Suntran services that are funded out of the RTA, both inside and outside the city limits, and took today's costs and said, here's a baseline cost. So for 20 years, that's how we got that 250 million. I'd like to see the same numbers for Sun Shuttle to understand if that 370 even comes close to funding current service without any cuts.
So what makes me think, Sam, I think what makes me nervous though is if, Sam, what was the number that you said for existing? So was it over 500? It was
it's close to 500.
Yeah. So there's obviously a disconnect between what's on that spreadsheet there at 370 and what Sam put, the analysis of existing investment for the services that are being provided. Forget about the future, but just existing. I think we need to get a handle on that so there's clarity, because quite frankly, if your number is accurate, that gives us an extra 130 million in transit for expansion. If Sam's is accurate, that really reduces that pretty dramatically in terms of expansion.
So the only difference there is that that is actual plus 3 years of forecast, actual dollars. Obviously from 2006 until 2022, those dollars were obviously at a lower rate because the cost was lower. Those were actual dollars spent on transit services. Forecasting 3 years into the future, that's what's in the TIP document. Those are healthier dollar amounts. So it's almost you can't really combine the two. You got to break it up and look at the actual, and then how do you want to forecast into the future? Even forecasting in the TIP document, we only program what we believe we may spend. Hardly ever we spend everything that's programmed. So the actuals normally come lower than what's forecasted and programmed.
Just to follow up, Mr. Chair, we also get a historic look back to the inception of RTA and the cost to operate the SunTrans services funded by the RTA. What we learned is that the first 3 years of the transit service, there was a ramp up. So it didn't until about 2009, 2010 did we fully hit our stride in terms of providing that full blown service that was funded by the RTA. So in looking at our estimates, yes, we agree that 370 million is pretty close to what we project that we'll spend on transit service funded by the RTA in the region. The disconnect, though, is what are today's costs projecting forward 20 years? And so that's the piece we're missing.
I'm going to interrupt you for just a minute because I think this is an important point. So is the difference, is that 100 and whatever it is, 30 million, is that a function of those first 3 years though? That doesn't make sense. So if we didn't start spending money for years, and so we're really projecting out 17 years worth of investment, then that's a pretty big disconnect in terms of dollars. So that number is for 17 years. The other numbers that we're talking about is for 20 years.
Allow me to explain that as well. So I think what Sam is referring to is that the first 3 years there was a rebranding effort. There was purchases of shuttles and buses. So a lot of that money up front was spent on capital, and then individual operational enhancements and expansions, they came through the last 18 years. So that's where the ramp up comes from. But again, if you're looking at present value, 2023 dollars, then I think we're looking at the same numbers. You're correct. We're saying we're not forecasting into the future because as we've had that discussion before, to compare apples to apples, we're only looking at present value.
We might be talking the same thing. You said the same numbers. That's different. I mean, Sam said it's over 500 million. You're showing 370. That's a pretty big discount.
I believe you said you came up with 420.
It's over it's close to 500 million. I think, Mike, what's important is that 370, and our numbers are really close to that. I think we're like 379, is the cost to provide the transit service over these last 20 years. But there has been cost increase year over year. I mean, on average, we experienced about a 6% cost increase from the first day to the last day projected for 2026. Okay. What I'm trying to get a handle on is what's the cost of transit in the next plan, and 370 is not going to be enough to cover what we're doing today.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. So that's a real important piece though, because I think that we have talked about cost escalators going forward, and the recommendation was to not include cost escalation because that would be covered by future revenue growth.
Okay. So I just want to make sure we're clear. So 379, 370 is the current present value, right? That's what we're looking at. That's a separate conversation. How do you project into the future? And as we discussed before, actual cost increases, actual revenue increases, those would have to obviously be factored in over the life of the plan. But again, for the sake of having comparisons, apples to apples, we're looking at present value and call it 379. It's 379 today. So going back to making sure that you don't harm any current services, then 379 is the number.
Tom's been patient, Sam.
Yeah, it just seems to me that we're looking at two different approaches. In order to match Sam's numbers or compare them, we would just need to look at 2023 costs and say times 20 years. That's a projection of how much money would be needed for present value of maintenance of effort. Or you can go back and although this is you call this a present value 370, it's actually
it's 3 years into the future. It's a
well,
combined
and
value.
not only that, it goes back 20 years.
Exactly.
And all of each of those yearly numbers would have to be brought up at 6% per annum increase in order for us to know really what that present value of that cost was in 2026 dollars, right? So I don't think in this case that it is necessarily telling us what it would what would be the present value of what we have invested over the years. The present value has actually got to be incremented by those yearly increases. So if we have a 2023 or a 2026 projected amount, that should give us the baseline from which to say, what is it going to take us to maintain effort? I realized that each year had a different makeup of costs, such as those early years when you're buying a lot of capital, and then other years when capital replacements were occurring. But in order to simplify it maybe, or at least to get on the same page as far as estimating what it would be to maintain our effort, I think I would ask the question, do we have a 2023 cost from the RTA? We know how much the RTA spent on transit, all these things during that one fiscal year.
Yeah, and I believe Sam went through that same exercise. So we have those numbers. And again, so you have actuals versus projections. We're saying we're not using projections, just use actuals.
Right.
And we have those numbers. We have those numbers. That's where the 370 came from. But again, the challenge was that we added 3 years of forecast. So if you reduce the 3 years of forecast, you go back to your actuals. And again, our numbers are close. 379, call it 380. So 380 would be your actual.
I understand that, but in order for us to say going forward, this is what it costs to operate this system, you would have to say that you were using $2023 for or $2026 for all 20 of the years that you put here. In order to say what the effective current funding amount is, that means you can't use $2006 or 2007 or 8 or 9. You can only use 2026 or 2023 numbers. So what did we spend in 2006? And then apply 20 years of 6% or 2% or whatever the rate of increase is. And that gives you the cost for 2006. Do the same thing for 2007 with 19 years of incrementing and add those together. Simpler way, perhaps, certainly would be to say what was 2023's dollar amount, and let's compare and make sure we know what that number is, and then move that as a 20-year at present value, right? Using that, just say times 20.
Tom, so I've got Terry, and then Shane, and then
So I'm not very bright, so I've struggled to try and figure out how this discussion is helping us get any closer to finalizing a plan.
feel like we're going down a rabbit hole, but maybe I'm missing something here. So I mean, I don't know that it's necessary for us to try and figure out right here, right now, today, what expansion looks like. I don't know what the bus routes were over the past 20 years. I don't, but my guess is in the last 20 years, they've changed. Right?
Yes.
Right. So in the next 20 years, they're going to change. So I don't know what benefit it is to have this discussion right now when we need to be focusing on figuring out a final plan to present to the RTA.
I was kind of along the same lines. Unless there was a petition to add further funding to transit, I think if I look at 4.2, I look at what City of Tucson put forward, I look what the county put forward. Looks like we're at $610 million to transit. How the region works to make that whole, maybe the board prioritizes existing services just as what was being proposed, and then smarter minds kind of come together and say, okay, this is how it's all going to shape. This is the best way for our region to use 610 million over the next 20 years. I think we're at 610, and let's move the conversation forward.
And I'm assuming too, and I'm sorry, but I'm assuming there's no appetite for cost recovery relative in the transit world.
What do you mean?
Charging for the use of transit services.
I don't know if you can say that across the board. I don't know.
Because that obviously would make a difference, right?
I don't know that on my end. I don't know if anybody else knows.
Thanks.
Yep, you have something.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, you're probably right. We probably took off on a tangent, but just wanted to make sure any motions that we make, there's policy statements to make the clarity. And you're absolutely right. We can't name every transit route, and they're gonna go and expand. They're gonna decline. They're gonna be eliminated. Even the bus rapid transit has to go through a study process. I mean, I know it's priority, but it still has to be studied. It's been studied in the past, from my understanding. It hadn't been justified, but it'll be studied again. They'll still have to go through that process. So it looks as if these numbers, at least the 510 that Farhad and staff put together, plus another 100, allows us the flexibility.
Mr. Chairman, that's it. We're saying the proposal we put forward maintains the 610, and just to confirm again, it's to keep existing service, to add the 70 million, and to provide, we think, a significant filter for future expansion. 610.
So I appreciate that, and I'm not in disagreement in terms of the total is the total, but I think support for the total is what I was trying to get to. Because Jeff's question is very direct, right? What are the service levels today? Because if you remember, we had a whole discussion about it was 610 or 657. Then Jeff asked the same exact question last time, and the impression that I got was that some of it's going to be cut. Well, without that understanding and clarity here, it's hard for me to say to Jeff with absolute certainty, yeah, we're going to 610 is the number, but we're also assuring the level of service will be kept, and then we'll expand on top of it. So that's why I was entertaining the discussion, and I appreciate your patience, but that's what I was trying to do, is to extract that so that we can then say with confidence, maintain service level, 70 million for the HCT plus expansion on top of that. What that expansion looks like is a conversation for another day, not today. But you saw how long it took us to even get to that point, and that's really why I was.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I appreciate the dive to that extent. And if we have that policy statement in whatever motion we make, I think it makes a good product.
Just want to clarify, the CAC did not propose any cuts. That was from the informal group. The only discussion with the CAC for a reduction was for express services. So just want to make sure that it's clear on that.
Sam, did you had your hand up earlier, and I overlooked. Do you have any other comment on that?
No, well, yeah, I'll make a comment just to put a bookend on this conversation. So to Tom's point, that is what we did. We found a 2023 baseline cost and strictly just multiplied it by 20 years to come up with that 250 million. If and when we return to have this more robust conversation, I'd really love to see the same done for Sun Shuttle and Sun Shuttle Dial Ride. So we can have a clearer picture of the cost of 2023 costs to operate transit in the region, and then have a full understanding of if 510 or 610 is going to be enough to do everything we want to do. That's all.
Okay, thank you, Sam. Okay, let's move on then from the transit, at least at this point. We'll move on from that. Let's go back to John Bernal had mentioned concern or hesitation on the use of regional money for the program as presented. I think that's foundational before we have any other conversation about the list or the program itself. I think we've got to have at least some understanding of where this group is with that recommendation, that conversation. And I would even say the amount is less important than the concept, because I know that there has been resistance to that discussion in the past. It's important because if the group's not interested in entertaining that, you know, then take that off the table, which means the whole gets bigger. That's all. So let's have that discussion now. So John, if you don't mind, maybe you could repeat your concern, your comment, thought, which might promise conversation.
Well, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Well, let me start with an assumption. I assume when the county said we want to do the 15 years going forward, that we're assuming the first 5 years is committed under the Transportation Improvement Program. And that makes sense. That's logical. I guess my concern is that we're just doing this in large part to come up with a bigger project list. I mean, the alternative is obviously to cut $75 million out of that list, which is very tough going, but I think that's probably a better way to go, quite honestly. I don't think this exercise was meant to be, let's start with a total number and make sure that we have it all balanced, bringing in whatever sources of funds we can find. I don't think that was the exercise, quite honestly.
Thank you, John. Appreciate that, Terry. And by the way, when you were asking a question about what the spirit and intent was that first 5 years, Carmine and Jan were both shaking their heads, so they agree that was the spirit and intent of that proposal. The first 5 years go towards funding of RTA. Very
Yes, thank you. And I think I share John's concerns and be confident that our mayor would say share the same concerns. I think the other concern that I have is looking at this, and I may be mistaken, and maybe Farhad can correct me, but it's the number of projects here and being able to deliver all of these projects. It's a lot of projects. And I don't know what the number is that we still haven't delivered from RTA, but there's a number that we still haven't delivered yet. And I don't know if all of those are going to be delivered. And it seems like this is a larger list than the list that we had from RTA. And is there enough time, enough resources, enough personnel to deliver all of these projects? And are we simply trying to put as much on paper as we possibly can to get voters on board, which I get, I completely understand, spreading the peanut butter evenly across the bread. But I do have a concern about being able to deliver and then having a number of projects and then finding a way to get the funding. And we're using other regional dollars in advance before we even get into this thing, we're using other regional dollars. And, we had to do that in RTA, but we had to do it at the end. My fear is we're going to go through this whole thing. We're going to upfront it with regional dollars, and then we're going to have to pull out more regional dollars even at the end to get there. So I just have a number of concerns with this. I'm not saying we can't get through them, can't get past them. We didn't put any projects in the safety element in active transportation because I still firmly believe that we should keep those monies available as much as possible. And I understand why the city is pushing to name as many as they possibly can. Totally get that. But then there's no safety dollars for town of Miranda in here.
as it stands either. So yeah, there's just a number of concerns that I'd have to work through here.
Barry, Curtis, I see your hand up. Anybody else?
Yes, thanks, Mike. Getting back to my earlier comment about the use of regional funds and Mayor Honia's comments on several occasions, I think there might be a compromise on this, and that is to ask the RTA board how they feel about the use of regional funds, and then also that pose that same question to the regional council. If we have this presumption of regional funds being in the RTA next plan, when we go out to the public, somebody is going to raise the question, why are we using this money? If same as what John and I think it was Terry are saying. So getting back to a fundamental policy on this, I would recommend taking regional funds out of the discussion at this point. And if we have a few shorter projects in there, that's fine. And if we need to reallocate so that transit is fully covered, I think that's a good thing. But to essentially raid the regional funding to supplant and essentially pad a list to take out to the public on RTA next, I don't think is good public policy. So thanks, Mike.
Thank you, Curtis. Go ahead, Carmine.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think, the approach, again, if we were able to cut projects out, I think we would have gotten there by now. And so that suggestion, all well and good. If we can, land there, fine, but that's not been the outcome of these deliberations up to this point. And so the county looked at it from an approach of saying, is it worth making an investment of regional funds into this RTA next plan going forward, and making sure that it was staggered or timed in a way so that it doesn't interfere with the objective of completing delivery of RTA, and then taking a nominal amount. And if we come back to that, and I understand it may not be the first choice of any of us to allocate or dedicate these regional funds, just in relative numbers, if we take the $28 million annually in 12.6, and I understand STP is about 15 million annually, so you're looking at $43 million annually. And to take, in the last 15 years of the plan, $5 million a year on average, which is about 11.5%, is not what I would characterize as rating the regional funds. And I acknowledge what Kurt Lewick pointed out, that the PAG Regional Council has to approve of doing. And so I just want to frame it that way. I think also these are projects that the county proposed to apply those regional funds to safety and active transportation projects, which otherwise would be considered for those dollars on a going forward basis. Anyways, these are the types of projects. So we didn't apply that to the named corridor projects, but really within the category of improvements that would otherwise be considered for the use of those funds on a going forward basis anyways. And I appreciate Terry raising the question about, can we deliver this? I think that's always on all of our mind, right? Plans are great, but can you deliver the plan? And so I have heard it presented previously that we've delivered thousands of RTA projects. And in relative comparison, I don't think that this is a reach for us as a region to be able to deliver this profile of projects. And I will also add that by naming the active transportation and safety projects, it's entirely consistent with the direction last given by the RTA board to name active transportation and safety projects. And I think there's some room in here, Terry, to work with your team to identify what you may have that needs to be added on to this list so that we've got a comprehensive view there. And I understand the need for flexibility. The county is behind needing to be flexible. The flexibility, in our opinion, comes from the balance of the regional funds that are available after the dedicating or allocating of what we believe is a modest amount of those regional dollars into finalizing a plan to get to voters for their consideration and hopeful approval.
Thank you, Carmine. So, I think I go back to what I said earlier, because I've done some thinking about this over the last several months, really. When you look at what we're faced with, we just have too many projects. Right? I mean, that's the bottom line. And so to some level, lines have been drawn and we have too many projects. So when you have too many projects, or too much money that's on the table to be spent, you got to figure out other ways to fund them. I appreciate Jan, your and Carmine's leadership in putting something like this together, because I mean, it's whether it is ultimately approved or recommended, the fact that we're having the discussion, I think, is important and powerful. But I also think that there's another way to get there, right? We all look at, there's too many projects, too much stuff on the table, and we should reduce that total number, period. And that's the policy, right? So either we put all of those on the table, keep them on the table, figure out another way to sprinkle money into that, or we reduce the total so we don't have to worry about that. I mean, I hate to say it that way, but it's kind of that simple. And this is one solution, right? I mean, it could work. I've told you before, I'm a proponent of flexibility. We need to, as managers and as the technical staff, have flexibility, not only in terms of the ability to deliver cost escalations in that, but changing conditions. Like conditions change. I mean, Terry mentioned the changes in that. All of that's got to be built into this. So otherwise, we are going to paint our future selves into a corner that won't be pleasant. That's not our job. That's not our responsibility.
Sure, that's not what's being represented here. Spoke to is not being.
No, I'm in agreement.
Yeah,
What I'm saying is I'm in agreement with you.
Yeah, we have work to do today.
That's correct. And what I'm saying, Shane, is I'm in agreement with you. But how do we do that when we've got all of this stuff on the table? And we're trying to figure that out when there's too much on the table. We've just got to take it down a notch. All of us have to take it down a notch and say, okay, what does that look like?
Put an option on the table.
Eliminate all of the city.
It's like city, but just go ahead. So, I mean, we've got to start somewhere, and just looking at the numbers a little bit here. If we take the counties, and I'm focusing in on the safety element right now, okay? Take that bucket, $299.3, almost $0.4 million allocated to that. And I take 65% of that number, $194.6 million. What if, just for the sake of discussion, what if that number, $194.6 million, is allocated to the city of Tucson? That leaves a balance of 104.7, almost 104.8 million, if my math is correct. From that, we've got the city of South Tucson that has a 35 million allocation. The town of Salvadita put in 2 projects that total 3.5 million. Oro Valley put in a total of 5.6 million. And just looking at some estimated per capita value between Oro Valley and the town of Salvadita, I just roughed out 7.2 million for the town of Marana. That leaves a balance of 53.4, almost $53.5 million on the table for the county to look at, and this group to look at in terms of having some money left on the table for flexibility going forward. I say that because honestly, all of our projects in whatever jurisdiction it is in this region is a benefit to the county because we're all part of the county. So trying to keep as much of a regional perspective as possible, but we got to start somewhere, and I just thought I'd get the wheel spinning a little bit.
I appreciate that, Shane. I would suggest that it needs to be looked at the entire plan, not sub-elements. And I'll tell you why. Because if you start looking at just the sub-elements, that's going to be a problem for the city of Tucson. Because when we approached this originally in a linear fashion, I kept saying, it's going to be hard if 30% of that corridor investment is then translated into the rest of the program without recognition that there is a lesser amount in that roadway corridor element. That's why, going back to Terry's point about defining those projects in safety and in active transportation was important for us, the city, to be able to show and demonstrate, here's what the investment looks like for the city of Tucson voter and residents. And so I hear you, and I'm not arguing with you. I'm just suggesting expand that thought to the entirety of the plan versus just one component.
I thought this group had really tried to do that, Mike, in respect to the fact that the city clearly prioritized transit over everything else. And so all of transit is essentially going, I mean, not, I shouldn't say all of it, but the lion's share of transit is going to the city of Tucson to honor your #1 priority. And as a region, I thought that our work up to this point had tried to respect that to the greatest extent. So, you know, to go back to the named projects, the only solution to that, if we're going to allow Tucson more projects in that list, is for other jurisdictions to give up projects. And okay, so you want me to go back to my voters and say we only get one project over the next 20 years, and that's our reality. And so I really think that this group has done a lot to support everybody around the table, including the city of Tucson, and honoring those priorities. So that's where I kind of struggle with.
I appreciate that. And I think that, yes, but the reality is that I said over and over and over again, the roadway element projects were important, but not in the same way. And you remember the prioritization that we all did. Modernization, which is extremely important to the Tucson, was basically the last one. So what I said was, as we go through this process, I will look for other ways to get to our investment that's needed in our transportation system. That's why them loaded up safety and active transportation. I've been really upfront about that, Shane. That's not been a secret. I've said that multiple times here. And I will tell you again, there are too many projects in total. That's not in individual components. And that's where I think I'm different a little bit, in that rather than looking at individual component elements, you look at total, which could include and probably does include roadway corridors. So I'm just suggesting that we're going to be running around in circles until we realize and say, hey, we've got too much investment on the table, and we're trying to solve that within a very, very constrained.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I agree if as far as the number of projects, but I mean, to Shane's point, if you cut more, there's not much more to cut from the other areas. You cut down one project, not a lot of meat on the bone there. I think what she was getting at was a good compromise in that the named projects, the corridors, yeah, Tucson didn't make 50 to 65%. Understand that, but knowing that a lion's share of the transit does go to Tucson, but then, boy, can we make something up on the safety element without having the flexibility, not naming every project? I think this was a pretty good compromise, and also going to 65%, because there could be an argument that 65% might be high. Look at population and also growth. I mean, it's in our packet. Projection of population, Tucson actually goes down as far as percent. So it seemed like a good compromise that say, you want 65% of those safety projects, though, Tucson, name them as you want, And then we'd allocate the other safety elements to South Tucson, and to Marana, Sahuarita, or Valley on our population basis too, or as needed. We could do it that way. But I guess earmarking that 65 to Tucson was a bit of a, I think, a bit of a compromise. Big compromise, really.
And let's not forget that the suggestion, although I know it's not the landing place for this group, it's just getting us started, offers up a pocket of money that city of Tucson and everybody else can apply for over time as we get through and we see the regional needs and allow the merit of those projects to win out the day through whatever process we have over time. So that was really the offer.
I appreciate that. So think through something. And I didn't see the info in the packet. I don't remember seeing anything about sales tax generation, where the revenue is coming from. I missed it within the packet.
So it was a population.
I understand. So that's convenient because that's less in the future. It looks good. But in terms of investment, from the dollars that are generated by the entity. So again, I'm not arguing that that's inaccurate or horrible. I'm just saying there are other pieces that we need to think about. And I think that's important to put on the table, right, and have that discussion. Because if we're going to look at that and split it that way, then we should look at all of these going forward. So that's one. Again, I maintain that there's too much on the table for all of us. And I don't mean just, yeah, it's great to say, like the county's proposal to cut 2 city projects. I haven't even gotten to that conversation yet, but that's really a pretty hard on us. So we're going to be having that discussion. You need to understand it's not just a singular piece. I think it's got to be multiple. And we're sitting here, even though I feel like I'm up against the ropes, we're sitting here because we do think that there is a solution there somewhere, but it's going to require recognition that there's too much on the table, period. All inclusive.
I appreciate Ken's comments. We were sitting here and looking at, what we've got as Pima County projects, and which is about $70 million in projects or so. They're just under the safety elements, asking staff, what can we live with? And I think that's part of what we're looking at today too, right? Could we take 20 million off that, 25? I think we could, if we had to. And what can we, that's what you're looking for us to start doing in some of this change. Where else can we cut? What can we do? We can be part of a group that leads on that. We get some.
Yeah. So keep in mind what we brought forth was a percentage that demonstrated the needs that we have in our perspective. That was at about 65% cost. And we scale that back, recognizing that, okay, let's think through what it looks like. And this is the list of our needs. And it obviously clearly demonstrates that there's too much on the table as a whole, not just.
Okay. Mr. Chair, I know that it's a very sensitive topic and we dance around it pretty well as a region trying to get through this important exercise. I offered 65% because I knew that was probably a number that resonated pretty well with the city on the sub-element of the safety projects. I can't get behind that on the roadway projects because the only outcome that leaves the town of Sahuarita is probably with one project if I'm lucky, right? Or a significantly scaled down project. And that is just, I can't do it. Mike, I just can't do it. And so I didn't go there and I can't go there on the roadway projects. I didn't argue and beat my chest on the transit, not because it impacts me, but I know that likely transit is an element that is on the 20-year horizon for these guys that are a lot closer to you than I am. But they seem to be willing to understand that, hey, Tucson is going to be the lion's share of the transit. So we're not arguing that either. And that clearly seems to align with the communication prioritization that we got from the city. Transit is your number one. I think my offer, at least as a starting point, is reasonable. And I think it gives us something to work off of without diving into, let's just throw it all out and go purely off of percentages. Because I think that's a discussion that's not going to get us anywhere. So thanks.
And just, Mike, you and I have had this conversation, so to say it again, what we've done an analysis in the past county is, while a lot of tax dollars are generated within the city of Tucson, they are paid by people in unincorporated Pima County and other jurisdictions as well. So it's not just your, people from city of Tucson making those dollars.
I recognize that. So my math is a little tiny bit fuzzy here, but let's just kind of walk through it. If you look at the roadway element, we're at about a little better than 30% of that investment in the city of Tucson County. Even if you would have said 65% of all the rest, that's still not enough. Think about that. Because again, it's really looking at the value of the investment, the return on investment. When someone pays that half cent, back to the resident value to someone. So all it is,
wait, respectfully.
Please, you're always respectful.
This is one element of sales tax dollars. When my resident comes to Tucson to shop, you're getting a TPT already for that. Your residents are already benefiting from that. Please don't apply that concept to this, because we're here to talk about a regional approach. And the argument coming forward from Tucson is not regional at all, because the outcome isn't regional. And so I really struggle with that, Mike, because your residents, by virtue of my residents coming to Tucson to shop, are benefiting from that already.
No doubt, and I appreciate that. I can't not have that discussion when I know that the investment, and when I go out to the voters, and we talked about this last, I go out to residents. I have to demonstrate to them the value of this for them, just like you do on your end.
Still do that.
I'm not so sure. And I even suggested and invited you and Terry to come with me next time, and we'll go out and we'll talk to those voters. But the reality is that if I can't demonstrate for them value of this regional plan to them, it's going to be a tall order. I'm just telling you that.
I think we all have tall orders at this point.
Yeah. That is the reality that we got. And I think that, again, I advocated for it. I brought you a holistic plan. Holistic, it's not individual.
Holistic on the needs of Tucson.
It's holistic in terms of the needs of, in my opinion, of the region. Okay. Because they're loaded, you all chose to load on the roadway element component. And I'm good with that. And again, transit, no argument. But again, look at it holistically in terms of the investment. And that's all I did, is I looked at how do I demonstrate that in terms of the value of the voter. Go full circle, or
we did.
Perfect. So good, Carmen.
Just trying to look at this in terms of what Shane is proposing. And if you back out the 75 million in regional funds, the dollar total for all of those active transportation and safety element projects end up being 374.3 million. And then the total of the city's reflected projects in there is 258.3 million. So it's at 69% of that, just to put a little perspective to it. And so, to Shane's suggestion, are we that far off from maybe a landing point if the answer for the city is we can't make any removals from that list, in addition to, and you said you talk about Prince and Harrison not being funded. I mean, then seemingly we don't have space. But if there's room for that conversation to take place, you know, we can huddle off to the side of the county and say, these are the things that we think come off, and here's a dollar amount associated with that. If, right, we're wanting to go down that conversation. I think it's doable, and I don't think order of magnitude we're that far off, but it's going to require some movement elsewhere. I don't know that we can get there if the rest of us are going to be taking projects off that list, and that all the ones reflected by the city are going to remain intact.
So keep in mind, and again, I haven't mentioned Harrison components. Those are huge in terms of, again, look at the map in terms of investment on the side. Map in terms of investment. Those are going to be a challenge. We'll have folks that will not be on board. Those two projects are taking on. And again, remember, I looked at it holistically. I looked at all of the investment across the board, and to pick and choose like that is really a challenge. I'm just telling you. Sit here and you all can outvote me, and then I'll go back and it'll be a challenge. I'm just letting you know that is how I see this. Also, Terry, thanks for your patience, but I do want to chat a little bit about cost to complete the RTA 1 projects. I think we ought to talk about that. I also think we should revisit debt service. Counties, they've got money, like.
Excuse me, just want to clarify. Carmine, did you say the subtotal, including the 75, is how much?
So not including the 75, hold on, let me
Total
down that column again. So not including the 75 is 374.4 million, 0.3 million.
Take the number next, 75.
Okay, so that the list of projects
Right.
add up to 374.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that includes the allocation to South Tucson. And I know the end of last meeting, there was some discussion by Josue on behalf of South Tucson and being able to identify the list of projects. And I'm curious what the outcome of any further evaluation has been from your perspective. And, you know, do you have identified up to $35 million worth of projects?
Thank you. Yeah, actually, received some direction at last night's council meeting. By the way, thanks to all the colleagues that have provided assistance in getting us to this point, understanding how to put these projects and this list together. So we do have a list that I could provide as part of this meeting, but the city council decided to not pursue anything on the roadway corridors and pursue only projects, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, about 6 projects in the safety and active transportation element. And then about 27 million in the transit element. That's what the city would like to see. And to expand the operations for transit of South Tucson.
Josue, how much is the total in your safety element of those 5 or 6 projects? You have a
I
total?
think there's room to whittle these numbers in certain directions, but right now it's about 17.8 million. And right now this is a very rough estimate.
So between your two numbers, your safety element and your transit, are you approximately $35 million?
No, it's about 44.
Wrong way.
Yes, I know. But I'll be honest too, when I'll just add this, when I was coming up with lists of potential projects, we are small in geographical area, and there may be just some duplicative efforts on existing projects. So there may be some room to, bring this down again. It was just a very rough estimate that was put together. Within the last
given
week.
the flexibility between safety and transit.
I believe so.
But but limited to that $35 million number. Could you make that work?
Speaking personally, I believe so, but obviously I feel that that'd be something I have to bring back from the council, but I believe so. I believe we can work it down. Yeah. Again, I think there's some duplicative projects and efforts here, so I do believe yeah, we can whittle it down.
What is the transit number? So you had said 17 out of the safety active transportation, transit is.
Is 27 million, and that number is really high. I started off with a number less than or about half of that, and I was asked to double it. And it was already high in my calculations. I was actually going off a spreadsheet that was sent out by PAG staff earlier this week, and I did those estimates. So I just added I just did an average from the estimates from the current tip, and then I basically did $675,000 every year, and then I was asked to double it. So I think there's some room to bring that down a little if need be.
Go ahead, Sam.
Josue, that number you just said, what was it, 665 for the transit?
675.
675. That's currently funded out of RTA for transit service in South Tucson.
Yes.
That included, so maybe you can clarify, is that included in the current?
Yeah, is that existing service?
Existing service?
I believe
Is
so.
that captured? Is it already captured in the numbers?
Yeah.
Yes,
That
it
may have
is.
already been captured in this.
Yes.
Okay, and what's that number in? What's already been captured, Sam, or what do you know?
Right now, I believe, it's obviously changed every year in the tip, but it's, I just rounded up to $675,000 a year.
Okay, so that's already included. So what does that number translate into in terms of total investment?
Well, I believe they're proposing 27 million, so that's almost 3 times as much.
So it would be 1.35 million a year.
Okay, so but what I'm trying to get to is what's the number today
600,
that falls in the 370 million?
650 annually.
Okay, but that, and then what's the increase? What's the delta that you're asking for, that South Tucson's asking for in terms of?
You're doubling that almost. You're doubling the
Yes.
650. Yep.
I understand. What I'm asking is that on top of the 610 that we've already identified? Or is that all included in the 610, which
It's
is
included in the 610.
Okay, so then that's not 40. That's less. So what's that number that is just roadway element or the? Of the 27?
17.8, I thought.
17.
Yeah, 17.8 would be for the safety and active
So
transit.
back to your point, you're saying it's 35 minus 17 is potentially available on the table. Am I right?
I want to make sure that Josue sees that too.
Yeah, I want. That's why I asked this.
Not too fast and make sure that we are all understanding how this is playing out, because sometimes this conversation, especially with transit, I get lost in. So I just want to make sure that we are understanding, because we have a proposal from the city of South Tucson, and I want to make sure that he understands that there might be part of it included already in what was presented.
I think we all want to make sure of that. So Sam, you got comments?
Yeah, I wanted to ask a question. Is South Tucson's current allotment for transit, does that come out of the transit element in the current plan?
Correct. So it's an IGA with Suntran that pays
I
for
understand
transit.
that. I just want to
within
know
South
what bucket
Tucson
of money it comes out of the current plan.
from the expansion area.
Well, so let's make sure we're all clear here, right? What I'm understanding is the transit funding, the 610 million, covers your 27 million in its entirety, which is your existing service as well as the expanded service.
I would clarify that it covers $23 value of transit services. I believe they're asking for additional expansion. That's not defined.
You are asking for expansion.
Yes.
Well, that's what I asked, is money in the 610 for expansion? Is that part of this or not? Because then that changes the chemistry stack.
So there's money for expansion. I think their proposal is very specific.
Y'all are making me nervous now. So let's make sure, let's go back. So the existing component of what your ask is, Josue, is covered in existing services. Expansion of service is not covered in the 610, is that right?
Dollar amounts are included. It's not defined who gets what.
So we placed a priority, if I understand right, and this is good for me, so I understand it, because it goes anyway. So we've got, first and foremost, we have 610 to pull from, and the number one priority is to support existing services over the next 20 years. Then on top of that, we've got the 70 million for high transit. And then there's a bucket of money there to support expansion, but that bucket has not been defined. So the city of South Tucson will have to, like everybody else that wants to dive into that bucket, will have to make application for that as monies are available after those two top priorities are satisfied.
So it's not a guarantee, but it is an expectation.
An opportunity.
Dollars would be that ask would be part of that mix.
Please, so yeah, if I'm understanding correctly, yes.
We're all understanding.
I'm trying to understand.
Yes, so the answer again is, again, so just purely looking at the routes within South Tucson, what you're proposing is to double those routes, right? So we have to go through a process to identify, are the routes needed, are more frequency needed, are essentially extended hours needed. So it may not add up to $27 million, but there is a bucket of money for those enhancements.
And also I'll add this too, as I was looking at the spreadsheet, there may, and I don't know if it's going into another area of transportation, but I was looking at some of the areas where the city has some services that may need to, that's maybe part of that 27 million would go into would need to be moved over to like the safety and active transportation. I'm thinking something like the to-go or some type of scooter, something. Basically, the wish of the council is to keep active transportation, the transit element at no cost to South Tucsonans, and whether that be, for disabled and handicapped folks, or, just anything that help mobilize people in the community. So that there may be some clarification there.
Again, how that 610 is broken up and used. Yeah.
What I'm trying to get to, Shane, is, so we had 35 million outside of transit for the city. Sounds like the request was for an excess of 40. A chunk of that is already covered in the transit piece. I'm trying to figure out what that delta is. But then we can look at the 35 million could go down because we're covering that in the area. That's what I'm trying to get to.
Josue, you mentioned, Mr. Chair, if I could ask, you mentioned that of your list of projects outside of the transit, that had a total of roughly 17 million.
Yes, 17.8 for the safety and active transportation.
Yeah.
Yes.
So if we could demonstrate as a region that your concerns on the transit side are being addressed in one way or another, or at least you have an equal opportunity to tap those monies on the expansion side that everybody else has over the next 20 years, but that the existing service is protected.
Yes.
If that is satisfied, then are you comfortable as a city of South Tucson saying our needs in terms of the safety element projects are met if we have an allocation of $17 million?
I would personally say we need to keep something in there, but I'm sure there's probably some negotiating that could happen to whittle that number down. But I would argue to try to keep something in there because seeing our current road conditions, I'm sure we need some type of modernization and safety improvements.
Great, thank you.
So let me try to explain that just a bit, without putting you on the spot entirely.
No, it's okay.
Does it make sense? So we had 35 in there. The list is 17. Does it make sense to think about 25? Using that number to 25 to give you some flexibility, or even 20. I'm throwing that out there as a way to keep you whole, make sure with what Shim explained as what we're trying to do in terms of holding you harmless on the existing services as well as giving a path for expanded service in transit. That makes sense. Now, it's a question for you, really.
So let me just make sure I understand this. So there's a proposal for 35 million for South Tucson and the safety and active transportation. So what you're telling us is to try to get that number to 25. Would we be comfortable with that?
Yes, because what you outlined for us was that you actually need 44 or 40 million-ish, which we then dissected here and have given you, at least so far, assurance that that's covered in transit element.
Yes, I would say yes.
Carolyn,
Thank you. Yeah, I attended the city, South Tucson's mayor council meeting last night, and it seemed like there was an effort to make sure that transit is expanded in Rick was there too, in South Tucson proper. And so, and I know Councilmember Valenzuela is here too. But I am wondering if there is a way in the 35 million, which would be 17.8, whatever comes out, what is left from 35 million, can it be on the ballot? I mean, we're not talking about particular routes, and there's, 2 or 3 routes that go through the Tucson to keep them whole with their 35 million. Is there a way to do that in terms of the routes? Because it seemed like he would have to go back to his council again if you're going to say reduce their 35 to 25. And I don't know, I don't know that there's a way to do that with the transit element, say these particular transit lines will be, the routes will be expanded in some way, because they seem very interested in that. Like Tucson, like their top priority was transit, wouldn't you say?
Yes.
This group just simply hasn't dived into identifying the expansion part of it. Likely only because we put our priorities on it, supporting existing, and then we've got the 70 million, so we don't know really at the end of the day how much is available. We know that there's money there, but that'll be upon each of us going through some process to make application for expansion over the next 20 years.
So my gut on that, Carolyn, back to your point, we could do that. And then South Tucson's flexibility would be between the 17-ish million and whatever that number is. 5, and I suggest maybe it's 25 to give them flexibility. And then that could be potentially used for other priorities that are important to the city of South Tucson, which could be expansion of the transit. I mean, I know that that's outside of the category, but maybe there's an opportunity there is what I'm suggesting. So that way, that flexibility for the South City Council is there.
I would second that. I think that's okay. I hope I'm not going out of line with the council, but again, being that we're not considering anything in the roadway element, and then we're just considering, again, our geographical area and the safety and active transportation, there's not really much we could do. Personally, I don't see them. I could see the possibility of whittling that number down to 25.
So just so that we're clear, your ask is 44. When you walked in, I think it was 44.
Yes.
44, which included about 27 in transit.
Yes.
Correct. So we've already said 27 is included in the transit, but a piece of that for expansion would be subject to a future discussion.
Yes.
But what we're actually suggesting is you're going to walk out with more because you've got the existing amount that the transit element as well as that opportunity for expansion, plus the 17 million, plus 8 to get you to the 25. So you actually leave with 8 million more than what you asked for. I'm not trying to be, shell game. I'm just thinking out loud. if we shoot for 25 million, you actually end up with more flexibility than when you walk in the door. It's my gut.
The messaging, Josue, really with your council would need to be, do you have that 27 million broke down in terms of what would be expansion versus what would be supporting your existing services?
No, we didn't get to that level of detail, no.
When you go back to your council, if you can break that down somehow with some kind of logic, then you can say the portion that is in support of existing services is committed. Plus, there's 17 million on the table or 25 million on the table for your safety projects. So that's a hard number that you can represent to your council that is a product of this conversation. Plus, the commitment that we all are going to share around the table that as time goes on and we need to expand or want to expand, there's going to be a pot of money there that we can make application on to get money to support that expansion.
Okay.
Without specifically identifying it today.
Okay, yeah, I second that, yeah.
I think that could work. I think there's opportunity there. Again, just trying to figure that out, because I think it's important so that also when you go back, talk to your mayor and council, that you're able to explain, okay, this is how this could work or will work going forward, and then you have some assurance. Okay, so we've been going at it for a bit yet. Why don't we take a little bit of a break and then we'll come back and take about 5 minutes, 7 minutes. get ready to keep moving here. Couple of people. All right, let's come back and the session. I'd like to chat a little bit about, first of all, the contingency discussion. I think we talked about that last time. I think it's important that we make a conscious decision there, at least a conversation. It has been zeroed out in city's proposal as well as the county's proposal, but for the overlap funding. And I can tell you the reason we went down that path, which I think is similar to what the county did, is because we know that in project development, there is contingency money built in. So I think that to have it in both places, although I don't mind telling you, it makes me nervous, but to have it in both places may be redundant to some level. But I want to make sure that we are, at least at this point, as a group, comfortable with that. So I know I'm nervous about it, but I'm comfortable with it moving forward. But I wanted to at least make sure that you all saw that and are okay with it. Because I don't want to get done on other stuff and then come back and revisit that. So are we okay with that or not?
I'm uncomfortably comfortable.
It's a good place to be as a city manager.
No.
All right, go ahead, Rick.
Rod, are you okay if I kind of? I guess from heading up the estimating thing, I think we try not to be overly conservative. And I guess I'm just adding to the uncomfortableness and put an extra plug in there for something that I think is reasonable because what's our track record? RTA 1 with the best effort, best intention, best lines, we missed it. 97 bond, best effort, best intentions, and we missed it. So while we tried to be good, while we tried to be holistic, while we tried to be as reflective of all the unknowns we wanted, our track record is open too. We want a safety net that benefits the plan, gives flexibility for what if we're wrong, that doesn't dip into our own individual pockets or into the region and pulls even more away from that discussion. Does it give the board and the enabling jurisdictions from a delivery standpoint a better peace of mind? I recognize that takes away from product. That allocates it in reserve. I got it. I know the trade-off on that discussion. But the what if we're wrong, where's it going to come from? And are we prepared for that?
What is that number for you, Rick?
The number I have,
That'll teach you to speak up there, Rick.
Yeah, I'll pay anybody right now a lot of money for a fire alarm.
Well, we used 5 to 6% roughly. That was the extra $60 million.
That was the 50-60 in my mind on previous ones. 10% at this level of effort. I recognize that now. 10% of the roadway element. But you could also take Farhad's logic and say, okay, what about 5% of the whole plan minus the admin, which I think is in roughly, you subtract all the administrative costs. Or the 1718, I can't remember exactly. So 100 million is still less than 10% of the overall plan aspects. So it's available for everything in the plan. That if something is underperforming, running under, yes, wrong, safety net that's out there. My ego wants to tell me, don't need it, it's a luxury, it's an extra. But in 25 years, coming up on 30, of track record of major capital programs in the area, have we been right and we've had extra? Or have we run under and each subsequent plan has to bail it out, or the region's funding has to bail it out? Where's the best of that? So that answers your question, Mike. That's why.
So Rick, I think, thank you for adding even more uncertainty to that. I appreciate that. But here's a way to maybe drill down on that. So yes, on a program basis, but you also have been very involved in the development of the projects individually. And there is And by the way, I'm not arguing against it. I'm maybe just trying to give us a little higher level of comfort. Is there, or what was the thought in the project contingency component? In other words, what, so Rod mentioned 5 to 6%, you said, maybe even 10% on the element. When we all were generating our projects, what was the contingency that you all were thinking about during the generation of those numbers?
So it was a varying amount, ranging anywhere from, I think, 5% or below. I don't have it exactly off the top of my head, maybe up to 15%. It was across the various aspects of that. So a mill and fill type of related project is going to have a lower contingency because I'm working with an existing prism, an existing surface, very minimal chance on that. A railroad related crossing project is going to have a very high contingency on it, right across a couple different areas, because that is a great unknown. Tomorrow is different than it is today for the projects we're currently watching. That daily changes for us. So we tried to apply that logic and rationale in a strategic manner where it was appropriate for those circumstances. So I don't have a great answer for you. It wasn't a singular raise. We avoided that trap from last time where it's just blanket, one size fits all. Tackle that. Where I'm coming at it from is, I think we did that very wisely. We did it hand in hand with the jurisdictions to make sure that if there were simplifications they proposed, we captured them, reflected it, and then made sure that that was not overly reactive. But that's where I come back, track record. We're sitting in TIP discussions as we speak with projects going up. We're processing IGAs as we speak for increases when everybody said that's the latest number. And then it comes in higher. So that's where I come back and say, there's something in the world of capital program delivery and development that we haven't captured in the past. We reflect that somehow, some way going forward. Now it's a long answer to your question, but that's how we do it.
I will tell you, I'm satisfied on our end that we have minimized the risk as much as we can, given the constraints of the program. But I thought it would be of value to just ask before we move on. So does anyone feel differently at this point about what Rick just outlined and explained, both on the project side as well as on the program side on the macro side? All right, let's move on. I mentioned I wanted to come back to the depth. I'm sorry, excuse me.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to kind of float, I guess would be the word, kind of modification to Pima County's proposal they put forth. I'm looking at this, I'm a bit of a math guy. So I'm adding up these numbers on line 102 and 103, and you rough out, and they're about $375 million. So that 75 million is about 20% of that 75 million. So that represents that 375 million represents the total cost of the safety element and active transportation list. So if we were to just do a quick rough math and each one of those projects get 80% RTA funding and 20% non-RTA funding, we would have project allocations for all of that funding. We would have opportunities to bring in other sources of funding, because these are all safety relatives. There could be HSIP funding that could be available for that. Each jurisdiction could look into those options. There could be PAG regional funding available for that. There could be grants available for that. All different opportunities to offset that regional funding, and an automatic list of allocated projects. So I wanted to throw that out there as a thought for discussion and see what everybody would think about that.
Can you explain what that does to the numbers here? Are you suggesting a reduction in the list, the actual cost estimates on each one of those projects to 80%?
Yes.
With the expectation that we then make a commitment that 20% comes from regional monies down the road?
My thought is, it is, but my thought is, because then each of those projects would then be listed. They would then be on the ballot. And it would then be, they would then be required to move forward. And that last 20% would then be required to be funded in some form, whether it be the jurisdiction that comes up with funding, or if they were unable through, various safety components, because some of these would be available for funding through various safety components, whether it be HSIP, whether it be grants, they may very well be. And they would all be looked at as options. And then, a final option would be regional STP or 12.6 funding that could be used to make up that 75 million. It kind of cleans it all up, so to speak.
So, Mr. Chair, if I understand correctly, you're proposing a 20% match to be determined at a later time.
The same 20% match that the county has laid out is $75 million. I'm just proposing an option for specifying that.
So every project will have a 20% match.
Every project in the safety element and transportation and active transportation element. So it would leave all the roadway elements as is, and it would leave everything else as is. And it would just kind of clean it all up, label everything, and give us an opportunity to maybe move forward.
You all think? How is that different than leaving the regional money out, other than not specifying where those dollars come? I'm a little nervous about assuming that 20% would come from the jurisdictional numbers. That would make me nervous to just have that as an assumption. The assumption is that would come from future regional money.
I think there's, I also think there's an advantage here because the cost of these projects is lower than the larger roadway element projects. So, the impact of project by project impact is lower as well.
So let's go back to the fundamental question, which I'm not sure we've answered as a group yet. Are we okay with, let's just say, use of other regional funding? I won't say the 12.6 or other regional funding to be thrown into the mix to help solve this. Yes or no?
Obviously, we were. We put it in. Yes.
That's one.
I think ADOT is because that's what we do.
Carmine's too. That's good. We're on a roll now. Hang on a second. Liz had her hand up.
Yes, in my thought, as we look at doing projects that we all do, for instance, with federal funds, no funder wants to do 100% of funding of any project. We often have to bring local match, that type of thing. For the taxpayer, I think it's good that they recognize that we do have additional resources. We're not committing all the resources, but at least a portion of that demonstrates that we're committing what we have to be able to make sure that we have project delivery.
Great point. Thanks, Liz.
Just as a counterpoint for your consideration is utilizing regional funds is going to include federal funds. And several of the jurisdictions are not CA status. I mean, you have to go through ADOT. That means your $2 million safety project is going to be a couple of years before it's delivered, as opposed to several months. So there's a trade-off in the delivery standpoint. Not all projects on this list may qualify for HSIP. That bar is very high. It takes an awful lot to get that one. But there may be baggage that while that math works on paper, that may be in a year, 2 years, 5 years, a delivery challenge that you're going to be looking at going, okay, do we still love it as much as we thought when I roll in a project and be done in 9 months, but it's going to be a couple of years before we can get to it.
Great point. Great point. Go ahead.
That said, just so I'm clear, federalizing a project in my mind typically means not just delay, but it means additional cost. Because you got Davis-Bacon and all sorts of stuff. Sometimes you've got other environmental things that have to happen depending on the type of project that you're looking at. So how does that factor in as well? And if we go down this route and we're saying, hey, the RTA bond is covering a portion of the cost, but not all of the cost, and the local jurisdiction can't find that grant or can't find that additional money to put forward, whether it's their own money or outside money. Are we just are we making a concession right now that that's our problem as local jurisdictions and that project doesn't happen until we can come up with that money? I mean, I just want to make sure we're clear on what that really means if we go down this road.
Good, Rod.
My perception would be that there would kind of be a fallback that because it has to be constructed because it was on the ballot. So you're then required to construct it. So if the grant funding doesn't become available, you've essentially, in my head, and I could be wrong, Farhad can correct me, you'd be using STP funding for it. Yes?
Again, if I understand your proposal, yet to be determined, so it could be grants, federal funds, regional funds, local funds, impact fees, yet to be determined.
Right, but because it is voter approved as a project, it has to be completed.
Yes, so that was one of the things we talked about, because we go through our 5-year performance review. The audit comes back and they look at delivery, and then you all discuss delivery. So if these projects are not funded, then they would come back and we get dinged for not delivering projects.
So to kind of quell your concern or your fear, if the local is unable to come up with additional funding, then it would go to the region to do it, which would be the STP or some other regional funding through PAG, but they would be required to move forward in my head.
So there's two issues here, I think, that we need to delve into a little bit. First is what you outlined a minute ago, Shane, in terms of the cost of federalizing the project. Okay. Now, all guide me, but does use of 12-6 money federalize that project? Okay. The answer is no if we stay within the confines of the 12-6 money. That issue sort of put to bed now. Okay, so but if we go into other forms of federal money, that it could federalize, or well, it will federalize it, which then means an increase in cost, correct?
And a delay in time.
And delay in time, yeah.
Complexities added with time, oftentimes.
I got it. So, but that's a conversation. I think it's important as we go forward that we memorialize that assumption. That's important, both from a budget standpoint and from a delivery standpoint. But the 12-6 funding does not federalize the project, correct?
Does not, correct. Yeah,
What are the 12-6 funding? What is that? Sorry.
That comes from the state gas tax sales portion that PAG gets a share of that through an agreement. It's not guaranteed, but it's through an agreement that we get a portion of that from the state, from gas tax sales.
That's where the 75,000 that the county has recommended comes from.
That's correct.
I think they proposed either federal funds or
75,000.
HERF, but I guess what Mike is saying is that we might want to not consider federal funds.
Well, again, for the conversation about the increase in cost, we should at least have a conversation about that now, so that we aren't having to plan for that down the road. Right? Okay. The second part of your comment, Shane, deals with a commitment that we are going to figure out that other 20%, which sounds like, at least initially, assumes that those dollars come from us, not from the region, as the first order of business. That would be a tall order for me, because I don't have dollars for that I receive. And if I did, I would have already put them in the we were asked, what are your local dollars? What do you bring to the game? Like, we've already all done that. So if there's an expectation that reduce the RTA funding by 20% with some of those dollars coming from entities, I think that's going to be a tall order to be able to commit to. I'm fine with saying, let's look at regional money going forward, which is basically what the county has done.
I don't see the difference.
But I'm nervous about suggesting that we're all going to come up with or try to figure out that 20% down the road. Now, granted, when you break all these projects down over the course of 20 years, it's not that big a number annually. But that really paints us in my opinion, it paints us in the corner that we may not want to go down. Because we're basically committing.
Mr. Chair, just if I might just clarify my comment. What I meant to say in my comment was that it's the local jurisdiction's responsibility to bring that match forward, whether it's a grant or some other way. I would suppose that, 10 years from now, where I thought today I didn't have money to add to a project and help, I might be able to do that. So local match as well could be on the table.
So again, I focus on, we make that commitment now, we're committed, right? I mean, we're gonna, going forward, we're not gonna have the opportunities, oh, well, you know what, I don't have any money to do that. And let me tell you what the basis for that is, at least from the city of Tucson perspective. One, I don't see HERF increasing over time.
No.
Well, I mean, folks, that is, in my opinion, a revenue stream that at best will stay stagnant at best. And I think it's going to go the other way, particularly in the environment where those costs are increasing. That's number one. Two, I'm not comfortable, at least today, projecting out and saying, we're going to have a revenue stream, sales tax or income tax or whatever the other state share revenues are, that are going to be available in excess down the road. That makes me nervous. Sam, did you have your hand up? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So again, if there's a little asterisk that says we'll reduce to 80%, but those dollars will come from some future revenue stream to include revenue or regional money, basically the same thing, I'm good with that. But to make an assumption that it's going to be up to us to pony up that cash down the road, I think is a tall order, at least for the city.
I don't see why it shouldn't be expected on us to look internally to help out down the road. So, I mean, if we're gonna establish the asterisk, I mean, I don't know why it wouldn't be responsible to have this region expect local jurisdictions to look for all possible funding to make those projects happen. We're just committing 80% and a commitment to deliver a project. So
as long as it's the commitment, Shane, that the region deliver the project and the individual jurisdiction member has not said, hey, sorry, man, where are you going to come up with your 20%? And then that paints us in a corner, Shane. I'm just telling you, and I can't commit to that. Not today, given the trajectory that I see for both HERF and our sales tax and revenue.
is there a concern with an expectation that jurisdictions would look to see if they could make local contribution to it?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay.
I'm fine with.
I think we're good.
Saying, hey, we should explore all funding to include regional funding.
But the region is committed to delivering a project.
That doesn't concern me as long as the region is, because in essence, it's very similar to what the county put forth with those other dollars.
I don't really see the difference, quite frankly.
But
So
again, Jerry, what I'm saying is there is a difference if the expectation.
No, I
is-
get that. I get that. No, I totally get that.
So are we comfortable then reducing the safety element to 80% of what's listed here with an understanding that the region will deliver the projects to 100% of what's listed here?
Well, I guess I'm getting back to Terry's comment just now.
What's the difference?
What's the difference? Why not just go with the proposal that the county put on the table because it's there?
I'm comfortable with what the county has proposed.
Where I think that this conversation is a bit ahead of the cart a little bit, or I guess a bit ahead of the horses. Marana is not represented on this list at all. And so we're talking about a number that really doesn't represent a regional approach. And I'd like to hear from Terry on what that looks like and how we get there.
Yeah, I think it's a great question, Shane, and I appreciate it. And we, the town, didn't submit any safety corridor or active transit transportation projects because I still hold to we need to keep as much of that available as possible. So if this is the route we end up going, I think that we would have to submit something and have something in there for our folks. Yeah.
Go, Rod.
So I'll counter that, Terry, a little bit in that the projects that Marana did submit, the expectation is to get ASTP regional funds to complete it. They're not 100% funded. Neither the Cortero project nor the Tangerine project. So it's kind of the same model, I guess, is what I'm pointing out.
Just a random thought. I don't know if there's a possible alternative solution in this or not, but what about taking half of the active transportation, both that the city and county have suggested, leave the rest as open and available through the TIP process, with an understanding of minimal amounts available per jurisdiction or some other side agreement perhaps that assures folks that that's a possibility. One reason I ask that is because I know we've delivered 1,000 projects as an RTA 1 and not finished with it yet, but they weren't 1,000 corridor projects or modernization projects. And, we're at, I've had the number a little while ago, but there's an additional 50 projects here on top of the 28 or so that are being shown. We're talking about putting on a ballot 75 projects. I just feel like it's a lot to expect people to read. And I also think that it ties our hands too much. One of the things that the CAC recommended was a formal 10-year review. Kurt brought it up a while back. That's sort of a good time to look at it. The other thing is, you're talking about 20 years worth of projects. These are projects, all 75 of these projects are ones that are needed today. So it ties your hands completely to anything in the future. You're going to be delivering 18 years, you're going to be delivering projects that 20 years earlier you thought you needed, and you have to deliver it. Unless at the 10-year review you realize, oh, we didn't mean it. And that's not a really great PR. But anyway, just a thought I had.
Hey, Tom, and maybe Curtis, walk us through what your thought is on a formal review after 10 years. But could maybe explain that. I don't know what I heard it, but I didn't get it registered. Can you?
Well, ours was simply what's available to you already. Every year, if there's a project that is suggesting significant change, the decision has to be made about whether that's significant, meeting the letter of the law, and therefore should go back to the electorate for ratification or not. And we're just saying at the 10-year, it's a good time. You'll have identified all of those projects probably that have potentially significant changes, and you can make a decision about going back to the public to tweak or not.
Curtis, is that your thought? If you're still on?
Yeah, pretty much so, Mike. But I think I would also try to blend in future funding opportunities. Also, I mean, to have a 20-year plan that's static and isn't amended is pretty much folly. on it. The land use forecasts change, and when the actual land uses occur, particularly related to economic development, then travel demand changes, modal emphasis changes and all that. I think a 5-year review, at 5, 10, and 15 makes sense, but certainly at least once midterm to take a real critical look. And if there's something so substantial that it needs to go back to the voters for reconfirmation, then so be it. I don't think the voters will have a problem if there's justification for changes. And our current statutes already, I think, support this concept of having a periodic review. And as Farhad mentioned, we have the 5-year performance review also. I guess basically what I'm saying is that the target may change, and I think Tom is saying the same thing, that our target, what we need to fulfill can certainly change fairly quickly, and we need to be able to have this plan somehow adaptable, and that's the periodic review. We do that already with the long-range transportation plan, which is implemented in increments through the TIP. So on the one hand, they have a regional transportation plan that's updated regularly, and a Venn diagram overlap of that is the RTA, which isn't amended, just doesn't make a lot of sense. So there's a bit of illogic there. So I would strongly encourage that we come up with a way of reviewing the plan with voter approval if needed, and having some flexibility as we talked about before. So that's my spin, Mike.
Curtis. So the reason I was asking, the reason I wanted to kind of more detail, is it something that's on the ballot? To let the voter know we're going to be reviewing it. We already do that. We do it annually on the 5.
Right.
Is this more specificity for the voter to give them an idea that we are going to be looking at it and might tweak it? Or is it, we'll review it, we're going to let you know we're going to review it, and then potentially come back to you if tweaks?
Yeah, I think it's option B, Mike, is that we should, when this publicity pamphlet goes out in advance, there should be some indication that we are going to review the viability of the plan from time to time and come back to the voters if necessary. I think the original publicity pamphlet, the voter brochure, had something similar as well. So,
thank you, Chris.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Pretty much what we're doing today. Is there a difference or a nuance there that?
I think again, the only difference was that the CAC discussed doing it at the 10-year mark, but that's happening on ongoing basis. The 5-year performance gives an opportunity to reset as needed. The board has full authority to take amendments back to the voters anytime they wish to do that.
I understand, but again, I'm really focused on what the voter is told as part of this ask. What is the commitment on the part of the RTA regarding that one?
The commitment was annual review and report to the public, and then the first 10-year review and report to the public, and then every 5 years after that. So that'll be communicated to the voters again. I guess really what's different here with the CAC's recommendation was to do a formal review and go back to the voters for adjustments.
So go back to the voter in 10 years?
If adjustments are warranted.
If adjustments are needed.
Yep.
So I think we can move on. That we've got at least general understanding, and I'll use the term consensus, that the 75 million that's been put in by the county of at least, we'll call it regional money for now, is to be included going forward. Anybody disagree or want to keep running on that? Okay. The next thing that I wanted to talk about, and I mentioned it earlier, is I want to take another run at the debt service conversation. I'm sure that shocks you all. So my thinking there is actually kind of simple. We are building in debt service for projects really from where I sit for convenience of moving those projects forward or implementing sooner rather than later. Okay? So that tells me that we are looking at the ability to deliver those projects in an earlier year or earlier segment of the program. For whatever reason, needs, you know, we could even say maybe cost, but that's another conversation. My concern with that is real simple. When you go to purchase something and you can't afford it, don't put your credit card down. That's what we're doing. We're putting a credit card down for that future because of trying to move it. We want instant gratification. I want to be able to buy that today, and that's going to cost me an interest. Cost me in those fees. And we shouldn't do that if we can't afford it. And my plea to you is think about it in terms of if we're struggling with trying to get this project or this program funded, and we're talking about financing into the future, you can't afford it. You can't afford that interest rate. You can't afford those fees. That's how I see it. And again, I'm not anti debt service or issuing debt for these. That should be a conversation that occurs down the road, either on a project by project basis or on bigger projects. Point that I think Farhad made last time, if it's not included, we can't do it. Okay, include a placeholder amount. Because my understanding is the board can move dollars if there's a great use of money down the road, a great cost of money that we all agree. It's there. They can then make a decision up to and including using dollars here as well as elsewhere. So, okay. First. Whichever, you guys can almost, one of you.
Okay. I think I would not support that, Mike, and the reason I say that, and I totally understand your analogy, obviously, but I think there does come a time when you do have to lay the credit card down, right? You need transportation and you don't have the $10,000 to buy the 2015 Toyota Camry. So you got to go to the bank and get a loan so that you have transportation. And that's not a want, that's an absolute need. And I think there are some absolute needs on this list here that can't wait until we can afford to build up the bank account to pay for them. Cortero and I-10 was necessary 15 years ago, right? So to say, well, we're not going to do Cortero and I-10 until we have $160 million in the bank or whatever it is we need. I couldn't support that. I think that the need is now. The need was 15 years ago, and so I think if we have to leverage, some borrowing power in order to get that, then that's what we have to do.
I think the very question we're putting to the voters are you desiring to finance these projects and get them done? When the voter selects yes to the question, quite frankly, I think that the region's going to be expecting action by this body and delivering projects out the door or to the greatest extent possible. Also, these projects aren't going to get any cheaper. And so, every year we delay is increased in the cost of delivering the project. So I think we ought to figure out a way to deliver projects sooner than later if the public is willing to say, yeah, let's debt finance these projects.
Just a question for Farhad. How many times have we bonded or bonds for projects, and in what years were they done? Mostly early, or have they been late?
So we did bond in 2011 and 2014, two separate bonds, total debt service was roughly $75 million for all those bonds. And again, as I mentioned at the last meeting, they have to be very specific. The resolution that approves it identifies which projects are going to benefit from that debt service and bonding. So it was mostly 5 years into the program when plans were ready to go. And that was the reason 2011 was basically the opportune time to bond for those projects.
That's a good question. Is there a lot more shovel-ready project backed up right now?
Well, I believe it goes back to what Terry was just saying, that there are projects that are being designed and potentially will be ready to go. And I think Laterra was one of them.
Mike,
Curtis.
Yeah, so
Hold
deferred
on.
projects.
Is there an issue there, Curtis?
oh, no, I was just gonna mention, I think Tom just got at it. I think there's gonna be a need to bond.
I'm sorry, I thought you were gonna say something. You're Tom. Let Tom finish his thought.
Yeah.
I'll come back to you. Thank you.
It was just that, besides all that, we have the 4 carryover projects that have to get financed. We have to pay as you go. We've got, I don't know, several years of collection necessary in order to build the bank up enough to get those on the street. And those are largely ready to go.
Yeah, just real quick. We already have projects that are bleeding into the next cycle. If we were to delay, this is just another argument to move forward. If we were to delay projects, it just shortens the window of getting all this done, right? So we'll be back at the issue that we're experiencing now.
So counter, go ahead, Curtis. Did you have a comment there?
Yeah, I did. Just a quick comment. I thought the intent was to bond fund the 4 deferred projects right up front to get them moving. Obviously we can't do those on a pay-go basis. In which case there's obviously debt service associated with those projects. So that was my only comment.
I know we'll continue this. Rod, I know you got to run here in a couple minutes. Are you going to be able to come back, or are you out?
No,
Thank you is there anything you wanted to add?
no, thank you. I've got another half an hour yet. I think I'm
okay. I'm sorry.
till then.
Not trying to be rude.
Appreciate that.
And I guess considering Rod's got to go here too, just I'd like to make a motion. That Team C endorse Pima County staff proposal presented today for a total roadway corridor element of $985,694,000,000 with the following adjustments. I don't believe there were any adjustments on the main projects, what they had.
But that's not true. There were 2 items, there were 2 projects that were taken out that we have not discussed yet. Harrison River and Principal. Correct, Carmine?
Those are not funded in the county's proposal.
Those are not funded in this.
We haven't talked about.
So he said no amendments to the county's proposal before the net.
No, I understand, which
Yep.
I'm saying there is a elimination of those 2 projects.
Yeah, if they were eliminated, what you presented,
As part of the proposal, they were not funded, correct?
they were not funded, but you're looking for funding for those 2 projects. You're
No, we're
not.
not.
Okay. So the $985,694,000. Let's see, the safety element aspect, the name, South Tucson, as unnamed projects for 17.8 million. And let's see, for an allocation for Tucson for 65% safety elements, not to exceed, and to allow Tucson to dictate or list those project names up to the 65% allocation. The residual from 65% to be allocated to the rest of the jurisdictions based on population. That would include Pima County, Sahuarita, Marana, or Valley. We already have South Tucson listed. Then for the environmental element as proposed, back to the safety element for the board to consider using up to $75 million of the $1206 or other PERF and STP to make up any balances. Environmental as proposed, 15 million. Transit element of 610 million with the policy statement of no harm to current existing transit, allowing a study of future expansion of transit, including bus rapid transit study, and the process of approval for the board for that. Let's see, debt service as listed. 110, well, that has different aspects of it. So not to exceed the 77 million for debt service, but the overall element of 110. Contingency says overlapping of 40 million for that element. Like to reduce that by 5 million, 5.9 million. So whatever we were over, so 5,911,524. Then any projects that come in under those monies, anything that comes in under budget is rolled into contingency. And obviously the scope we reviewed at the board level. So
Thank you for that. I will not call for a second quite yet. We're going to continue with some of the discussion, and then we will, I will call for that.
Mr. Chair, for discussion, we need to allow the discussion, so.
Point of clarification, please. Can you repeat your, no. No, thank you. Just the population-based portion. What was that relative to, please?
Yeah. Population based, this is referring to a safety element.
Okay.
So only safety element?
Thank
Does
you.
that answer your question?
It does. Thank you.
Okay.
For a second before we go into discussion.
There's a second. There's a second to the motion. Somebody.
Second. You have amendments to it?
So here's the bottom line. City of Tucson cannot support that. And what I was trying to get to ultimately was going item by item to give you thoughts to consider. If you choose not to, I'm fine with that. But we as a city of Tucson will be against it. So I understand. I'll get to that.
But I'm
What
saying,
the county proposal did was remove 110 million of projects from the city of Tucson with Harrison Road and Prince Road. I can tell you again, that will be a huge challenge for us. So I was suggesting the dollars regarding the debt service. That's $77 million that could go toward funding some of that. If you all are stuck on the debt service, okay. But that means we're still short, even with the 75 million you all put on the table, we're short 110 million because of those two projects. And you all want to go down that path, that's fine. But I'm just wanting to voice that's my fundamental concern.
and Michael, I hear you, and I think, I mean, if what I'm hoping is through the second, we can have the discussion we just talked about and look at that motion and look at the proposal. If you think it is better to have that discussion about those projects before there's a motion, I'll withdraw my second. All I'm trying to do is focus that conversation so that you can make whatever adjustments and amendments you need. You feel it is not, city is not able to have the full conversation you'd like to have in the parameters of the motion, I will withdraw the second.
I appreciate that. Again, the way that the motion was outlined, it's specific within those categories. And what I kept trying to do was bring you all into thinking on a bigger or broader basis for the entire program. I understand how you did it. I mean,
If you can't amendment, I will withdraw the second.
can't
It's
look.
done.
So
You go ahead.
seconds would be on. Motion's off. Again, I stand very clearly that the projects that are listed here are extremely important for all the reasons I already mentioned. Now, if you all are not supportive of that, Paul, we move on and this. But we have too many projects as a region on the table. That's what I'm saying.
Mike,
Go ahead.
but all I continue to hear from Tucson is everybody else give up because this is what we need and this is what we want. And I'm just saying that is not getting us anywhere. It's getting us into a stalemate. And that's not where none of us, I mean, we spent years, just trying to get to this point. I mean, what are we gonna do?
We're $110 million apart from what I can tell.
Well, no, okay, so if those two projects in the roadways were granted, you wouldn't have a problem.
But it's not two projects, and I think that's where we're missing. Those projects are big projects. Projects were three. So it's not the number of projects, it's the investment and the impact those investments have. That's what I'm trying to say. So I come to you last time and the time before that was here it is. Here's the bottom line. It isn't the bottom line plus, it's the bottom line. That's all there is. So again, I keep coming back to that. So,
No, I hear what you're saying here. I have to agree with Shay though. You've said multiple times throughout the day, and I totally get it. We got too many projects on the table. But there's no discussion on what projects you think need to come off or whether or not there's any projects the city of Tucson could come off. And I think that Jeff made the point very early on in this, from some of the smaller jurisdictions, there's not a lot of meat on the bone, right? So, there's maybe one project that the town of Marana can discuss and look at. But outside of that, I mean, I'm not looking at Jeff going, Jeff, hey, dude, you got too many projects on this list, brother. You gotta cut that down so that city of Tucson can get what they want. And Shane, dude, you've got two projects. You got to cut that down so the city of Tucson can get what they want. So I get I get that you're saying that there's too many projects on the list. And I get that you're saying that those two projects, Prince Road and Harrison, are extremely important to the city of Tucson. So if that's the case, then what other projects on these list of dozens of city of Tucson projects would you be willing to cut and go, you know what? Because what I'm hearing then is there's too many on the list and I'm not willing to cut any of mine. And I'm looking to you, Coral Valley, and you, Sahuarita, and you, Marana, and you, Pima County to cut so that we don't have to cut. Is that what we're hearing?
No.
No.
I haven't said that.
Well, but I haven't heard anything.
I haven't said it.
Okay.
So I want you to think about that blue column. I brought you all a proposal that in essence, from our perspective, makes sense. Right? Look at the blue column. And what are the differences between the blue column and the yellow or gold column? If you look at it, that's really what you're talking about. And if you look at it simplistically, it's $110 million. And 110 million are those two projects, plus the that's basically the difference. It's $185 million difference. Well, guess what? The county threw on the table 75 million in outside funding, other funding. There's 110 million. So that's basically the conversation. And so for you to suggest that I haven't cut anything, if you remember, that wasn't the original list. When I brought you the other prioritized list, it was almost almost 300 million more than what's here, 200 and change, more than what's here. I said, okay, came back. I'm to the point now where that's the list. So it's not like I'm not willing to give up. I've already given up based on the need.
But we've all done that though, right? I mean, we went from 14 projects down to 3 projects. So I don't know. I'm not the math guy like Todd here, but so I don't know what that percentage is, but there's a percentage of cut. There's a percentage of cut from everybody that's in the room. So we've all bled. And so, you're saying that you've cut, but what you've cut was things that we don't feel comfortable taking out, which is debt service. So that's not cutting something on your list. That's cutting something on everybody else's list.
No, I disagree, Terry. Come on now. I have a vested interest. We have a vested interest in delivering projects sooner rather than later.
Uh-huh.
All I'm saying to you is, let's not pin ourselves the expectation we're going to be able to put that credit card. We don't know. And I keep coming back to, that's a conversation that can happen in the future.
Well, quite frankly, I think that the city's proposal and the county's proposal to a large extent does in fact paint us in a corner because it minimizes the flexibility of us dealing with future needs.
I'm not in disagreement, Shane, and
I know, but that is a compromise. I mean, I haven't said no to the proposal. I'm listening very carefully because we're all going to have to compromise on this. But I mean, man,
let me just, Janet, you got your hand up. Let me just outline for you. If you remember, one of the biggest issues that we brought forth, which isn't even on this plan. Right? So when you talk about compromise, was pavement rehabilitation.
Mike, we all could have gone through that
But I'm telling you,
exercise.
I'm telling you, Shane, that's a huge issue for my page. And I'm willing to go to bat and say, you know what, spirit of understanding all the importance of the region, et cetera, let's come back with a different thought. I'm willing to do that. So I don't think it's fair to say we or I haven't given because I think we have.
Well,
that's huge, man.
No, I know, but if you look at that, if we had all gone through that same exercise, we would have all cut just like you cut. If we would have all gone through the same exercise of adding projects that weren't discussed when we went through the whole exercise a year plus ago when we had 107 projects on the list. Okay, we all went through that and we all cut. It's Tucson that keeps adding projects to this, and it's putting the region in a corner in terms of dealing with future needs that we can't see today. None of us are expected to see that today.
What did you say earlier? With all due respect,
and you're only respectful.
I'm not. I try to. But I disagree. We're not adding these projects have been added. We've moved them around. I've even suggested to you when we did roadway. I said that we're looking too narrowly at just that part. You've got to look at the whole thing. And so we voted. I voted against it, but you all voted for roadway element. Got it. So all I did is I said, then let's look at how to define that in the other categories. That's all I did. I was absolutely open. I told you all.
Yes, you did. But if all of us had gone through that same exercise, we would have all been cutting, just like you're being asked to cut. Why? I have roads that aren't respect. I've pavement needs.
Solidify that. The roadway got your needs.
And you got yours by putting transit as your number one.
I got some. That's all I'm saying. In the middle.
No, I was gonna
Come on,
talk
Jen,
about
jump
debt,
in.
but it's so long ago now, but just so that you know, one of the comments you made was that you didn't want to put the debt in because it painted us into a corner. And I'll just tell you that as a county, we had that number in and out. We put it back in because the debt service, do we want to pay as you go? How do we do this? We put it back in so that we didn't think we want that to be in there so that there is flexibility so the board may make the decision. Is there an opportunity to skinny that up a bit? Potentially. It's not going to go to 107 million, but could it go to 50? Don't know, but there's a piece there that could come out. But we thought it was important to make sure that there was capacity for the board to decide to bond.
Again, I'm not arguing the flexibility to have a conversation about that in the future. I'm just suggesting we got $77 million there. Let's put in a placeholder so that we're able to identify that as a source of funding for that future. That's all.
Can I ask you a different line of question, Mike?
May as well.
Of the projects that you have listed, not on roadway, but under the safety element, you have a prioritization of those projects?
Do.
Okay, and county, do you have a prioritization of your projects under?
So Shane, I would say for the county, the active transportation improvement items would be of higher priority than the safety, intersection safety improvement projects. So.
Sorry, which ones again? Sir?
So the ones that are the counties down at the bottom of the list, there's 6 projects there that are each at 5 million, right? Those are intersection related safety type improvements. And then above those are active transportation projects. So buffered bike lanes, primarily shoulder work, sidewalks, those would be of higher priority. The active transportation projects would be of higher priority for the county
than those $5 million
than those intersection safety projects.
So, Mr. Chairman, potentially, if the county were to offer up 30 million and you cut 27, we took debt service to 50, bring you to 57 million. Is there any opportunity for the city to come?
I think there could be. What I would suggest is that we reduce the debt service to 27 million, take 50 out. And like I said, we're still a little money for future debt. And 30, I'll look at it again.
So if we get to 80 million,
right this minute
right.
today.
But if we get to 80 million from the 30 and the 50, the 27 to get, that's close enough for you, the 2 East Side Road.
My question on the debt service, I take it that's only interest payments, because technically, the debt, the cost of the project should be listed as in the program itself.
Correct.
But that's just the interest.
That's just the fire debt and pay for the debt. Yes, interest rates.
And do we share at all, the jurisdictions that have to use the debt, sharing that interest?
That was 100% covered by the RTA before.
That a consideration to loosen up more money. So maybe that's, the jurisdictions that have to use that would at least contribute to the interest cost.
Similar to the, I'm sorry, if I may answer that question, similar to that match discussion, if somebody can commit to it up front, that would be helpful. If not, it'll be undetermined.
Here's a thought, Shane, I think you and Terry both, and now Jeff talking a little bit about, well, I use the term schedule, right? So one piece that we really haven't delved into that could help in some of that is the schedule for delivery. Because if you think about it, if there is an opportunity to really look hard now at those projects that are ready to go across the board and make a determination which projects of those projects ready to go, what would be short in terms of dollars in the bank by the time they're ready to sell in the first 2 years. Could find that the 77 million, my gut would be the 77 million is overstated. It's too much. And so then we can look at it and make a more informed decision there in terms of what that debt cost would be going forward. But that would be a function of us all looking at the schedule for delivery, both in terms of RTA 1 projects as well as the next program. I don't remember us having a discussion about RTA 1, us bonding that. Was that, did I miss that?
So that discussion has been ongoing. There's a commitment. CAC board level, even at TMC, that deferred projects would be in the first period and as needed bonding for those to make sure that those can be delivered soon after the passage of the plan. Along those lines, again, if you really look at, and we've asked everybody to come back and tell us which period you believe your projects are ready to go. The majority of the responses for period 1, right?
1, 2, and a few in 3. Nobody wanted to go back in. So everybody wants front loaded. Hey, I want mine right up front, first out the door.
So back to that, I don't remember a conversation about bonding of those projects, so I must have missed that discussion. I'm talking about the carryover
deferred
projects, the
projects,
deferred
yes.
projects. Thank you. But you know, that's something we should consider. Then that's a conversation. But I think going back to is what does the delivery look like, and so that we can then make a determination. What is the cost of convenience, right? What is the cost of delivering those up front or earlier in the that, and I don't know that level of detail has been established.
No, I don't think so. And I don't think we're gonna get it done today before we need to vote on it.
I disagree.
As far as that analysis, I should say.
Okay.
But a determination on whether we can reduce it with some policy statements about sharing in the interest cost, or maybe we can do that. But I don't know if we're gonna get it fine tuned.
Here's another thought. Here's another thought. Just maybe check. What if Cam's thought about 50 million for debt service, 30 million from some of the projects that
Our 6 projects on the spot.
whatever the projects are, and we increase the regional money by 40 million.
If I may, Michael, because when
Okay.
this is what I looked at 110.
Yep.
And honest looked at it this way. So it's 30 million that we just took off the table for the
Yep.
county. 50 million out of debt service. The way I add that up, that's 30 million the city cut. So we cut 30 million, you cut 30 million, 50 million out of the debt service, and we get it, and that's everybody's given as we keep it. I'm gonna punch you.
Well, I want to make a point before I have to leave. So that's why I'm kind of aggressively raising my hand. No, I'd like to make another offer, another point. So we've got 95 million, 94 million, something in Cortero. We can offset some of that funding in my head, and I'd like to get Terry's input on it. I'm thinking we could drop that by possibly 25 million because it would be offset by ASTP. So it wouldn't necessarily be, I'm trying to make a contribution here that wouldn't impact the town of Marana in terms of finances. It would still keep the project moving. It would impact the region because it would reduce the ASTP funding available for other projects throughout. But it's kind of a regional approach to putting more money on the table. I'm not sure why Farha is staring at me.
Just as a reminder, again, by even doing that previously, we had taken over $114 million from future ADOT projects.
So Terry, what I heard, correct me if I'm wrong, Rod, is delivery of that project is still the priority and still funded, but a different use of money that Rod identifies for 25 million of that.
I feel like deal or no deal.
Hi, door number 8.
And by the way, I'm leaving it.
Yeah, I mean, I think the main objective here, right, is for the project to be whole. So I think if the project can be kept whole and this doesn't negatively affect the project, then I think we're good with that.
And I think as long as it's in there. And we've got roughly 70 million left, round numbers. It's a commitment by the region to move that forward, and a commitment to both RTA funds, and then you're essentially locking in ASTIP funds or the federal funds to make that completion. So.
All right. So.
Yeah.
Do we need to take a quick break?
Yes.
All right, let's take a quick break and check all of the assumptions here, and then we'll come back here.
Yeah.
To order. So I think, summarizing what I heard, and right before we took a break, there was a term offer, we'll blame Rod now. Rod suggested that the entirety of the shortfall could come from ADOT.
That's not what I heard.
But he did suggest that there were other fundings or are other fundings to the tune of about 25 million that could help with the Cortero. I believe it's the interchange. And Terry, you wanted to just double check that. Are you comfortable with that, assuming that the delivery of the project remains intact?
Yeah, and I think that's the big question for me, and I'd have to do some looking into that to determine A, does it keep the project whole, and B, does it keep it within the timeframes that we're hoping to? Because if it delays the project and pushes it down 5 years, 7 years, you know, that's a tough one.
That's fair.
Yes.
Jan, did you have some other comment there?
I was gonna make a motion. You have more to say, go ahead.
Before I gave the courtesy to Jeff earlier, but why don't we, is there any other comment on that piece? And then I'll ask Jan for a motion. And not just on Terry's comment, but just in general. Anybody else want to make a comment? Seeing none, oh, I'm sorry.
Just point of clarification, we had some discussion about, we had some discussion about South Tucson in the safety element. I just want to
confirm
that what number we landed on as a group.
Josue, we had talked back and forth. What I thought we landed on was 25 million total, which is a reduction of 10 million. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So the answer to that is 10 million is on the table from that. So why don't we try, go ahead. You want to try to take a shot at the motion?
Yeah, okay. Well, I would move the Pima County staff proposal with the following amendments. That we recognize, a caveat that we have some homework to do to make sure that, for example, the ADOT money and looking at what skinning up some projects are. So that would be finalized before we take the package to the RTA board. But it is the Pima County staff proposal with the agreement that Pima County will cut 20 million out of the safety element, active transportation elements in those last, we will identify 4 of those $5 million projects. City of Tucson will cut 20 million.
Did that hurt to say?
It did. Yeah, it's better. Just one thing. So the city of Tucson will cut 20 million. We will know the specifics of that plan prior to the next meeting. We will,
Jan, can you say that again? We'll cut 20 million.
total. We'll know.
20 million to be.
We're identifying where the county's coming from. The city can identify where their total is coming from.
Okay.
We recognize the ADOT dollars potentially coming to offset Cortero at the amount of 25 million.
With the caveats that Terry outlined.
Thank you.
Yep. That the amount delineated for South Tucson in extra transportation would decrease by 10 million.
Correct.
And that then we would decrease debt service by 40 million to a total of 37 million.
So for purposes of discussion, is there a second? There a second? Oh, go ahead.
Just,
well,
let's, I wanted to clarify that you were going to fund the 2 unfunded projects that the county has got.
Yes.
Yes.
And I was going to bring that up as well. So is there a second?
I'll second.
I just want to clarify the math.
Did you second?
47. 47.
47. And but I thought we were doing it. We'd initially talked about cutting 50 million off of the debt service. With, I know that there are people here who are not comfortable with that low a number set with 27 million. If the 10 million comes in to the good from South Tucson, my proposal was that we then add that over and that we increase the amount of debt service to 37.
That goes to 37.
Total
of 40.
Right, did I say- I beg your
Reduction,
pardon?
reduction of 40.
Oh, reduction by 40.
I-
Got it. Thank you.
37.
Mike, okay, is there a second? I think, just make sure, we got a second, Carmine, because you pay him the second.
Can he do
So
that?
Carmine seconded that. So further discussion.
Actually, can you clarify, Tom, if you don't mind clarifying, what was your question?
The county proposal has unfunded both Prince and Harris.
Correct.
This would restore them.
Oh, Prince and Harrison are at, okay, thank you, Prince and Harrison.
So let's go through just a few things just so that we're all on the same page.
You want me to recap, Mike, what I wrote?
That would be awesome.
Okay, so I'm gonna set that up. So, Jan and I'll make sure I capture this. I think I've got 7 steps in this. Obviously, your intro was homework that everybody needs to do, just to confirm, hey, this is all gonna work back with their respective jurisdictions. County cuts 20 million in the intersection component out of the safety and intersections. City will cut 20 million from the plan somewhere in, to be determined. There's a $25 million reduction in the RTA funding, so it would be offset with the non-RTA funding to keep the project whole. You're going to verify that that doesn't have an impact. South Tucson, in the active modes and safety, drops from 35 to 25, so it's now a $25 million allocation. Debt service is now established at 37 million, which is a $40 million reduction. And Prince and Harrison are added back in fully funded. Dan, did that capture that correctly?
That is what I heard and what I understand. Is that, Jan, is that
Yes.
I was
consistent?
gonna say, Mike, that matches yours too.
That your understanding in the second? The one piece that, just a clarification. In essence of, or what we were doing on line 102, increasing that to 100 million. That basically what we're doing with Rod's suggestion. So from 75 to,
No, his was in the Portero, so where it has,
no, I understand.
oh, I'm sorry.
In essence, that's a revenue, that's an increase in revenue by 25 million. And so if the plan stays the same, then does that in fact just bring 25 million into the plan for completion of the program? Is that in essence what we're doing?
No, if I may
No?
clarify,
Okay.
my understanding of the proposal was that line item 7, Quatero Road, 100 million becomes 125, 94.7 is reduced by 25.
And it's specific to the roadway element.
I understand. We said the same thing. I was just saying there's an increase in non-RTA money
But it's not in that
by
one.
25 million. But in essence, we just added an additional source of revenue. Is that correct?
Correct, yes, as an overall.
Okay, other comments or questions or discussion? Go ahead, Sam, and then Jeff.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I want to just confirm that we're approving the 610 for transit, but that we're reserving the opportunity to come back and have a further discussion about preserving the existing service first, city's high capacity transit project, and then having a further discussion about what's left over for expansion of service. I don't want to just a blanket vote approve what was in the packet today that had those percentages, because in our estimation, those percentages aren't right. And so we're good with the bucket, but we need to have further conversation on the sub elements.
Based on the motion that was made, is it your intent that transit would be at 610, not the breakdown of those dollars? Based on the spirit and intent, it's existing service plus 70, whatever's left is
Plus
expansion.
For a total of 16.
For a total of 610. Is that consistent with the motion and the second?
Yes.
Okay. So Sam, I think that addresses your question.
I've added that onto the list.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that the caveat there with the 610 is that the clear priority is existing high capacity transit and then expansion.
The expansion is a discussion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So hold harmless
Hold harmless existing,
and then expansion to be decided later.
high
capacity transit
and then further discussion on expansion.
in that sequence. That's how I understand it.
Jan, you had
Mr.
something?
Chairman, during the discussion today, there were two policy issues that we parked. One was the breakdown on transportation. Another was a brief discussion about the 10-year review. I don't know if we need that in this motion.
Okay. We'll come to that in a minute, but let's just see if there's any other project or funding related issues. Shane, you got a question?
Well, I just wanted to add the consideration of a policy regarding the federalized dollars and safety. And Mike, you and I had a side conversation, but I really would like that as part of the motion, so it carries on to the board and they can consider that. But that consideration was, would the larger agencies, the city of Tucson and the county, because you're equipped to do this in-house, would you take as a matter of priority the federalized dollars so that the non-federalized dollars, we have greater access to those as agencies that can't do that internally? Because it only adds cost to the project when we have to bear that internally, that cost.
Mr. Chairman, I would accept that if a friendly amendment to the motion that be another policy bullet that we had.
And let's be clear on what that means exactly. So federal, assuming that we get federal dollars to the program, those federal dollars would go to basically either City of Tucson or Pima County projects, infrastructure in place. We've already got the infrastructure in place. We always have the processes and procedures to administer that. That's the request.
That is so that, in the spirit of that, so that non-federalized dollars are made more available to the smaller agencies that don't have the internal capability of administering those federal programs.
So let me say it and make sure I'm saying it in here. Non-federalized dollars will be prioritized for the non-CA, non-certification acceptance jurisdictions. That's your intent. And Jan, you said you were cool with that amendment?
I'm gonna,
Carmine's
got it. Then I wanted to ask Sam. Go ahead, Carmine.
I just want to confirm that we're being asked to consider using those dollars first, right? If it's not a good fit. So, right, we've already come forward on the, deferred First Avenue project and said, hey, federalize it. The project that the city and the county have, that's a deferred project, Silverbell, because of the drainage, the cultural, probably not a strong candidate there. So I just want to make sure that we're not being forced into an acceptance of those dollars to the detriment of delivering the project.
Yeah, great point.
Just to clarify, my understanding was you're talking about safety and active transportation list.
Yes.
So I'm going to take it a step further though. So the way that the spreadsheet outlines, my understanding, or at least the thought is, the priority is 12-6 money, which is not federalized. That's why I asked that early on. So if we use 12-6 money, that doesn't federalize those projects. I think, Shane, what you're talking about is if there are other federal dollars that come into the program that are a right fit, back to Carmine's point, that the county and the city would take those dollars and administer those projects. Is that?
Yeah, leaving the other money more available for the smaller jurisdictions.
I don't have any issue. Sam, do you see any challenge with that? I'm sorry.
No, I don't have an issue with that. What I would say though, and we try to do this at TPC with our TIP planning, is if there's already a project that's federalized, we try to put those federal dollars on those projects. So that we'll continue to do that in this process.
Carmine, I'm sorry, I thought.
No, that's good. We'll consider using those dollars, and if they can be utilized, they will be utilized first.
Okay, so friendly amendment to that, I think, is it okay in a second?
Yes.
And Rick, you'll capture that?
I've got to capture that.
Other discussion. Other conversation. Now, Jan brought up the policy. There's the 10-year review and any other policy suggestions that we would make to the RTA board at this point. CSC had suggested a 10-year review. We already do that to some level. However, if there is an interest in being more prescriptive there, either in a time frame review and or what that means. Because the review is one thing, but I think the CAC, from what I heard from you, Tom, was a little more to be able to even go back to the voter. And again, I'm trying to bring specificity there because that could affect the language on the ballot. That's my guess. So, Tom, you want to maybe guide us on
Yeah,
that?
just, once again, it was, desire to memorialize the intent to go back at the 10-year, timeframe to evaluate the whole program. And if, significant changes were, deemed necessary, that it could be referred back to the, electorate. As Farhad has mentioned, and as I did also when I brought this up, that we actually have that right every year. It's always there. The CAC only wanted to point out that that we better do it at 10 years, simply because we're watching the rapidity of change that's been going on, and we anticipate, based on RTA 1, that there will be some significant changes that would be desirable. And it's very possible that after a review at a 10-year period, the board may elect to go back.
Is there a suggestion from anyone, either you, Tom, or anybody? By the way, is there a heart monitor on? Like, it's irregular. I just want to point that out.
Does anyone notice the beep right here?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
But we don't.
Change the battery. All right. So, is there a suggestion on so the concept's good, I think. There's a suggestion on the language to be included in these discussions for presentation of the board / the voter. Is there a suggestion on language there? Who's got?
What's involved in a review?
So if I may, again, the state statute already requires the review. It's independent. The state auditor general comes in and they have their staff. It takes up to almost a year to review the entire program, and then they publish a report on the success of the program. I think what's being discussed here is to add another element that at that point, if the board wants to take it back to the voters for changes, to do so at the 10-year mark.
So if there's scope changes in limits, expansions, reductions, lane configuration, that's what would be part of that reevaluation. Review is already built in, reevaluation of the needs. That's how.
Frequency of that review?
Well, currently every 5 years.
Okay.
Then we do it internally every year. So this is asking for a formal 10-year review. Again, I can
You
just.
do that every 5 years, so.
It's already done every 5 years.
Aren't we meeting that expectation?
And that was my question, but it sounds like it's more than just the review. It's also a potential for asking or going to the voter and saying things have changed. We want to change the plan. I guess I don't know what else. How Tom, help us out.
I think it was more aimed at projects. I could read you a little bit of what we wrote here, but it was said because transportation system needs and demands may change significantly due to factors such as shift in growth patterns, intensification, changes in user, consumer travel habits and preferences, new economic development projects, etc. Then the wording that is included in what we sent to the board said that this should include a mechanism that includes community input for reconsidering projects and reallocation of resources prior to voter referral. So the idea being specifically to projects as opposed to the overall spending of the money, which is what the typical audits are looking at. Are there changes that could drive scope changes that would make these significant and need to go back to the otherwise, we've been doing them kind of one at a time, right? As the project comes up, like First Avenue, or Broadway, or whatever it might be, each of those goes through its own process, kind of similar to what I just described there, right? And go through that whole process for that one project. I guess the idea would be that at 10 years, it's worth looking at all the remaining projects. I'm just saying, you have several of these that need to go back.
Coach, Shane?
Farhad, what does it cost? What does it cost the region to take this to the voters or to go through a process like what's being requested?
I think the current estimates are, obviously, in addition to paying the county to run the election, the campaign itself could cost up to $2 million.
Yeah, so I guess I just put it on the table. Every dollar spent there is a dollar that's not going into projects, and I appreciate the value of potentially climbing a ladder that's not on the right wall, right? As a region, so it's a delicate dance. I wouldn't be opposed to having, since we're already built to do these reviews, at least on the financial side, every 5 years. Perhaps part of the policy consideration is that at the 10-year mark, the board is asked to specifically look at voter alignment or regional alignment with the needs of the region, and then make a decision. Do we go through the pain and the efforts of focus groups and all that, and a potential election? At least they're asked policy wise to ask themselves the question. But I don't know if I would want to commit to going to the voters.
So I just want to clarify, the audit is not just financial. It does look at delivery of the projects, the benefits, and the impact of those projects. So it is much more comprehensive than just the financial audit.
So Shane, I think to your point, I don't know that I heard absolute surety or direction that it would have to go to the voter in 10 years. I think it's the option depending on the alignment at the time, which really tracks with what you just outlined. So maybe, and I don't know if we can do it today, but maybe the conversation is really one of, are there metrics or thoughts if the deviation is so big that it goes to the voter? If it's a tweak that can be done legislatively by the board, then it doesn't go to the voter. There's a report and review. It would seem to me that we could come up with language, not today, but at least the spirit and intent of what's been suggested by the CAC. It would seem to me that'd be a good conversation, at least for the board to have, giving them flexibility, but also the public saying, hey, so we don't paint ourselves in a corner like we did in 2006 on some things. Maybe we do have that mid-program review. And if it's obvious that we're starting to go down a different track, it goes to the voter for authorization or review. I don't know. I'm just kind of thinking it out loud.
Mr. Chair, I am inclined to seed that discussion by way of a recommendation that the board actually consider a policy that would force the question at the 10-year mark, where they're looking at all the collective analysis or feedback or review of our efforts, and ask the question, do we need to recalibrate and let them kind of determine what that policy looks like for them. But for us to plant the seed, I think is probably an appropriate thing to do.
So go ahead, Paul.
I was just gonna move on to a different topic, so go ahead and finish your thought.
No, I just want to make sure policy recommendation, we should include that in the motion, or at least a conversation around that. As we move this forward, that could be part of that. And I would suggest that, is it appropriate as a part of the motion or not? As an amendment?
To amend the motion by suggesting that the TMC recommends that the board evaluate the components that might be involved in a 10-year review.
I think that, Tom, I think that addresses the CAC's thoughts around that.
I agree.
Or you said you had another topic.
I just want to clarify the motion again. Early on, there was a discussion about Miranda submitting list of safety and active transportation projects. Is that part of your motion or not?
It was not.
It is not. So currently, they don't have any list.
Other comments or conversations at this point around the motion that's on the floor?
Mike?
Yeah.
So after we vote on this motion, I do hear there's some homework. Can you walk us through the next steps? Or maybe
I couldn't hear you, Tom.
After we vote on this, it sounds like there's some homework we have to do.
Yes.
Can you, or maybe Farha can walk us through the next steps? I know there's a board meeting next week. I'm just curious, what's the timeline?
I'll be happy to. Again, my understanding is that we have to go back and confirm some of these dollars, get a list of projects from Pima County, get a list of projects from the city, confirm from ADOT the $25 million reduction, confirm with South Tucson their list of projects. So it's mostly just getting additional list of projects and confirming on the Patero Road project. That's the homework, my understanding is.
So I don't know, it's additional. I think it's put 20 million on the table for the county. You put 20 million on the table for the city of Tucson, is to really look at what the dollars are, where those dollars would come from. And then South Tucson, so if you need a nod from your folks, we'll need that obviously ahead of time. And then we're in front of the board next Thursday. Is that right? Now, on the 25 million from ADOT, the caveat that Terry outlined, those dollars are on the table from ADOT. I didn't hear any hesitation there. It's really on your end, delivery, first and foremost, and then schedule to make sure that we can confirm those are going to work.
The only confirmation with ADOT is to demonstrate that they're able to commit those funds up front, because ADOT dollars trickle in over 5 years as well. So how can they make a commitment? What mechanism they can offer?
That's a function of the delivery of the schedule.
Which was your critical point, as long as you're not delayed. And Jan, if I had your correctly, your 20 million was coming out of safety and active transportation, correct? Whereas your 20 million is still to be determined.
But we will identify which projects.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, okay.
So please, if I may, Mr. Chair,
May.
as soon as you identify, please do send those to us by email, and we'll try to compile it.
We will, all of us will absolutely do that. Begrudgingly, I will support this. I will express.
You're excited about it.
I am.
Crying out loud.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you, Mike. I was getting ready to.
That's Michael's excited.
So excited about this. I can hardly stand myself right this minute. But I do need to express reservations, and I'm going to tell you again, because I'm probably going to get skewered on my end for the lack of pavement rehabilitation. There's no dollar amount in there. I know that's important to my folks. I will work with them and I will have that discussion. But you need to know that that's a huge issue for the city of Tucson. It has been from day. Well, about all that, I won't rehash that. The second part of it is, I don't know where we're going to get 20 million. 20 million is a lot of money, but we'll figure that piece out. I just don't know at this point. But I do commit to working towards that, but I do have those reservations. I wanted you to know that. So with that, if there's no further discussion, I'll call for the question. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed?
Lewick,
Okay, hold on. Was there a nay on that?
yes, it was Kurt Lewick, and I'll tell you why.
Okay.
It's because I think where we are is really incomplete without having some idea of project scheduling. First of all, without a schedule, we don't know if the amount of money that's being set aside for debt service is even close to being realistic. And I also think that there will be a push by the jurisdictions to try to get their projects as early as possible, which is certainly what I would do. So I think the sooner we start talking about project schedule to present that to the RTA board, also that what we have is a grossly incomplete picture. So that's why I voted no. Thank you.
Thank you, Curtis. So just to confirm, the vote was all but one, is that correct, in favor? Somebody, is that what you all heard? Yes.
I got Carmine second. Yeah, Jan motion, Carmine
That's an
second.
internal thing.
Yeah. Jan pays Carmine. So with that, I will call that the vote is almost unanimous with one exception. And we will go forward with the recommendation based on the homework. We've got a little bit of work to do to present that to the RTA board next Thursday. Yep. Question?
Oh, no, I'm just doing a quick count of who all we had in there. Crystal, you've got the number.
Do a roll call. We can do roll call.
No, we got them. I just want to make sure we had a proper count for later.
Okay. Shane?
I just really appreciate everybody sticking to the table and having tough conversations and working through it. We're a model to look at as an example, and I'm excited to be a part of it.
All right. Thank you, Shane, for those positive comments. Hearing nothing else in front of the body, we stand adjourned promptly at 1:13. Thank you so much.